misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. I'm your host MC Toon, and tonight we are going to see the horrible, awful, terrible Mr. Nathan Oakley destroy the very idea of celestial navigation for Dirt Pizza. He actually really demolishes it, and he is assisted by Witsit. While arguing with each other, they both definitely agree that it's not possible to do celestial navigation using the Dirt Pizza. So I'm going to get quickly into it here because it is it's an interesting one. Before we do that, though, I have to give you one thing here. Here is Euclid's Book 3, Euclid's Elements, Book 3, Proposition 18. You'll see there, we've got a circle with center F and a circumference A. See that there? And then you got a line from the center of the circle to the perimeter of the circle. That's line FC, right? And then tangent to the circle is the line ED. That's the line that's touching just the surface of that circle there in one spot. So that tangent there creates a line which is tangent to the surface. Now, if the line FC continued, it doesn't in this diagram, but of course a line does continue. That line there would be, oh my gosh, Lisa. I'll read that in a second. Jeez. All right. That line FC would continue, and that would be to a person at that position on the surface of a globe. In this, if you were to have this be a bisecting circle of that globe, that would be zenith to the observer at that position. Remember, on the surface of a globe, down is toward the center. So from the observer's position C toward point F, that is the direction of down. So zenith is FC, and then it continues out off in that line continuing. It's very important to remember that, because we're going to get to, just in a second after I talk about Lisa's super chat there, the what that implication is for what the panel member is about to say in the video we're about to see. But here it is, right there. Lisa had emailed me because I had mentioned that I had been doing some extra streams to save up to do to get some additional hardware to store data, because I'm hitting the edge of, I have almost 36 terabytes on my file system right here, full. I have 750 gig left. So Lisa had emailed me, and we talked a little bit, and anyway, she said that she wanted to help, and I'm like, okay, I'm always glad, but I don't. But anyway, so she helped. She's $399, so $400 super chat from Lisa. This is for MC Tunes NAS fun. I hope this helps fighting the lies and misinformation of flirts. Oh, and Dearth is a scammer. Lisa, thank you so much. That will absolutely do it. So you know, let me see here, make sure I got this. A while ago I set up so that I could continue my drives here. Initially I had a 6 terabyte, filled that quickly, then I moved to a 12, filled that, and then I needed to move up from there. And so on the Mac, the operating system will do a JBOD which is just a bunch of disks. So what it does is it's called spanning, right? Puts all the data on one drive, then it just moves that to the next. And on the Mac, it's expandable. So you create a single one, you say this will be a JBOD, then you add another, then you add another. So I have 3 in that right now. So the plan was to continue doing that, but you get so many individually connected USB drives and it's a bit much. So I want to begin with SSDs. So I'm going to get a 5-bay. The plan is to get a 5-bay Yada Master USB enclosure, and it can daisy chain to others. You can put up to 3 total, maybe 4. And then they'll be all SSDs. I actually have the 2 SSD drives ready to go to put into it. I mean, they're right here. So ready to go. So I'd been planning ahead. So anyway, thank you so much, Lisa. I really appreciate it. They will go to good use here. And I'll get that ordered up, and I'll keep you updated on how they go as I do that. So I see Spins says, have you looked into unlimited cloud storage? Well, I have more. There's more to it. I'll tell you a little more. I also have, I have Dropbox. I have the unlimited plan that they changed. It's no longer unlimited. I think my limit is it's over 40. It's about 45 terabytes right now. And it is, I have hit the top on that a couple times and had to shuffle things around. I share space with Raynard Wilson, if you know him. So we both use the same account. I just basically, he uses my account. And so I'm, for now I'm good on that, but eventually I'll have to start paying Dropbox a little more for additional space, but that's what happens. So it's a JBOD. So if a JBOD fails, the data's all gone, but it's all backed up on Dropbox. So it's not a problem. If it fails, I just fix the problem and re-download everything. And why do I have it all local? I have it all local so that I can edit. Now, what is all of this space? I won't get into too much detail on that, but I'll say that if you watched the video I had of that went out yesterday that had a bunch of clips of Oakley, lots of clips of Oakley. Well, I didn't watch 1,000 Oakley videos to find those. I have a certain set of skills. I'm a programmer. Things are automated. I'll give you that. There's automation at play, and it's a pretty involved system that I've developed over the last 5 years to automate all of the things I do, so that I can very quickly, if I need to, get 30 clips of Dearth saying that he's a scammer, or 15 clips of Mark Sargent saying that if somebody sends him a photograph of the curve of the horizon, he'll quit flat Earth tomorrow. So those are the dividends that I've gotten from the system that I've built up. But the cost in part is a lot of drive space and a few monthly subscription fees to things that I pay for. So, yeah, I'm not going to detail everything. I don't want to just share the secret sauce all the way. So, Eric Burns says, just ask AI to find when he says the word balls. Yeah, but AI doesn't have that. You have to feed it to the AI or to whatever. So anyway, let me catch up on these before I get into it. Then, as long as I'm in this. Lord Illuminous Pooh for $5 says, bats spend 20 hours a day sleeping and the rest eating and screaming. By this definition, I'm a bat. Screaming. Lord Illuminous Pooh again says, what's Toon's Mike and an aging hippie have in common? They're both peaking, man. Oh, am I peaking? Let me know if is the audio not going well. I can't tell. I don't feed. Some people feed themselves back into their ear. I can't. This is too much. But yeah, if I'm, what's a bit loud, way too hot. Okay, all right, hold on. What did I do last time? I remember. It's, yeah, OBS gets a little weird sometimes. So it resets itself. So, all right, let's see. How's that? That should not be clipping now. So anyway, let me know on that. Serena's one says for spinning rust, absolutely, but SSD fails differently. Apple dig. Zoomy says you'll be the reason AI starts destroying humanity, making it watch endless videos of flurfs being flurfs. I do understand that if the AIs beat the aliens to taking over the earth, that the AI will come for me first. So you probably know who I'm voting for. Welcome. I would like to be the first to say welcome. Anyway, AstroKate says Raid 5 is your friend. It is, but I've priced out Raid 5. And one of the problems with Raid 5 is you need to have, ideally you have drives that are all the same size. Again, having an enclosure if you're going to do it all in hardware, then an enclosure needs it to have enough room, or it needs to be expandable with daisy chaining to expand as far as, the cost was like 10 times as much, not kidding. To just do the next step that I need to do, right? I have 36 terabyte right now. So to do, 40 terabytes of RAID 5 in an enclosure is a lot of money. So I'm fine with the JBOD, and I understand the risk, and I'm fine with the risk. If the drive fails, then I just re-download from Dropbox, and it works fine. So PJ for $20 says, y'all know space isn't real, right? Yeah, hard drive space. 20 super chat from PJ. Thank you for that. We got Left-Handed Jedi for $50, who's been a member long enough to get this version of the cube. Says, here's for the memory. Thank you very much, Left-Handed Jedi. It shall be used well. I have, where did I put them? I have a stack of 1 terabyte SSDs that we were throwing them out at work. Actually, we were literally, because we can't, they're too small. So I brought some home, like, I'll put them into this RAID. I have an enclosure that I got with 8 drives in it years ago for free from somebody, and I put them in just this last week. They all failed. It wouldn't work at all. It's an old USB enclosure. It didn't work at all. So anyway, all right, I think I got it. The clipping, man, thanks for that. Thanks for letting me know. Oh, did people tell me whether or not the clipping is fixed? So hey, yeah, if you want a 1 terabyte SSD, just find yourself in Minneapolis, and I'll hook you up. So, oh my gosh, Buck Sodbuster says, if you hole punch the edge of a hard drive, you mean a 3.5-inch floppy, you double the capacity, double its space. I have done that. I have in fact done that. Oh no, that was the 5.25-inch floppies. The 3.5-inch, a round hole punch didn't work too well because it needed to be inside the box there. I don't even have any 3.5-inch drives around here to mark it as a double-sided. And yes, I had some single-sided rated discs that I punched with a hole punch thing that I bought, a little puncher thing that makes the correct hole in the correct spot for a 3.5-inch disc. And yeah, everybody used that, and everybody at school was like, hey, can I borrow that? Like, you bet. So okay, audio's fine. Cool. There's more to read, said Lord Illuminous Pooh. There's more to read. All right. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, finally made it to the end of the rainbow. It was the start. Wrong friggin' end. Yeah, getting the rainbow to stay still is difficult. Rick says, I'm holding out for the AI aliens. All right, there's a YouTube channel, Angela Collier. I think that's her last name. She's a physicist. Does great videos. I today watched or listened to while driving mostly the video she did on a Zoom, the video conferencing software. The CEO of Zoom talking about doing having an AI clone go to a meeting for you. An absolutely ridiculous idea, and she did a great job mocking it in that video. So yeah, I won't talk about that today. It's too crazy. Left-handed Jedi says the cats have already taken over. Well, we'll be getting a cat. My daughter asked, when should I bring in the animals? Oh yeah. Greg Edmond says, I'll remember you, Mike. See more memory. And then Mr. E-Man says, thank Titicaca. It's Tuesday at the Temple of Toon. Watch out for the cracks in the ice wall. Thank you for that, Mr. E-Man. Al is a new member at Newton. And then dihydrogen monoxide. Oh, I've got some references to you coming up in a video on 5G. Dihydrogen monoxide says, if you phase through the firmament, do you end up in some real life version of the back rooms or something? Listening to Flatties talk about the ones that have been in it longer and get a little more derpy about what they think things are, as they've, become accustomed to nothing actually working in reality. They get into stuff like that. Santos talks about the aliens coming from below the North Pole. Seriously. Okay, let's get this ready. All right, Oakley's coming. So let me remind you again. We've got this book 18, book 3, prop 18, and here we are with Oakley. All right, I'm gonna have his. Oh, that's not. What is that doing there? You see that's weird. I didn't expect that to be there. All right, 29:29 is my starting point here. I watched this whole thing earlier today, all of it, just for you. Seriously, it was torturous. Have I seen Professor Dave's new video on debunking different levels of creationists? The bottom level is flat Earth geocentrism. I did not know that. Okay, I saw the video, like the title, but I didn't like click into it because like that topic isn't super interesting to me, and it's not really in my right, like my depth. So oh, Brian Thornton says, are you going to be covering the massive rift happening between Zetetic Warrior, Bro Sanchez, and Jaren? He's quickly become enemy number one. So I actually have a copy of the original video as played on Jaren's channel, which is not available to anybody. You may take guesses at how I obtained that. And I had thought about covering that today. I decided to wait, so I might do it later this week. I might do it maybe Thursday. We'll see. I did not review all of it. It's a little more, I think it's a little more important to review that. And then also there's like a 3.5 hour live stream or longer between Jaren and Bro Sanchez. And there's no way I'm reviewing all of that, but there's a portion that I probably will do. So I needed a little more time than I had today to put together kind of the sequence of what I'm going to do. No. Hey, Jared, that's not what he's doing. I message me if you want, Jared, and I'll give you a little more detail. I don't want to. I'm not going to air that dirty laundry out here. So just it's on the level. It's all good. I'll just say that. Anyway, Here we go. Remember the geometry I just covered.
Or
Well,
to
zenith is not.
position it correctly for future arguments as well.
Oh, and I forgot to mention this. What you're about to hear are the words of a man. First name I think is John. He goes by Refracted Curvature. He's on the screen there, on the Oakley screen there, as Refracted Curvature. He claims to have a dual bachelor's degree in both mechanical engineering and electrical engineering, and those fields require that you have, as your freshman level, you're taking a full year of calculus. So if he actually has that degree, he has at least a full year of calculus, and he will have this kind of stuff would be trivial for somebody that's had a full year of calculus. So here is the words of the claimed double ME and EE.
Zenith is 90 degrees to the ground. You don't get 90 degrees on a spherical surface. So they don't have zeniths to have them diverge to begin with. Secondly,
there it is. The words of somebody that claims to be a double engineering whatever. Let me see if I can. Yes, that's not it. I changed my camera, so I'm gonna try to see if I can get this. Oh, that's not it. So, all right. Let me. There it is. That's why. What am I doing up here with my phone? Oh, you will find out. Let's see if this works now. And good. Where'd it go? There it is. There it is. Oh, that's exciting. All right. I think you're going to like this. So I upgraded the camera to my phone. So the camera I was using was just a Logitech. There's nothing wrong with it, but it was a Logitech webcam that was just, the quality wasn't there, and it wasn't very sensitive to light. So I got this one. All right. There it is. Well, it's time. There you go. Oh, we're going to need all this tonight. All right, Back to the Future. All right, so he just claimed, remember what he said? It's insanity what he just said. A person that claimed to actually have 2 degrees in engineering, who obviously has no clue at all.
you don't get 90 degrees on a spherical surface. So
you don't get 90 degrees on a spherical surface, he said. All right. Let's see if that geometry exists. So here is a portion of a spherical surface there. It's cut in a plane this direction here. And then we have got a convenient little thing here. Remember from the diagram, I'll show you from the diagram. Right there, that line FC we've got right here. We've got that same line FC right here, and it continues. So somehow this was not difficult at all to have a whole bunch of zeniths that are perpendicular. And just for reference here, I'll use a different marker, different writing utensil. So we've got these different, I can't believe how, oh no, I'm going to use this. This is even better. How completely asinine he is that he would actually try to make such a ridiculous claim. Why would he say that? Why would he also say that he had a degree in the appropriate in a field that is so math heavy. I'm only doing portions of these one direction, and I'll finish it the other way. There you go. So there we go. How does somebody make such a ridiculous claim? So these are those tangent lines that the Euclid mentioned, and then how is this not? Oh, my camera! I need to move it up. Wrong one. Hold on. I know you want to see me. Oh, that's I screwed this up. Anyway, I didn't include myself in that one. And now look at this. I changed the camera for this one. Anyway, so there it is. I showed you how to do what he just said is impossible. And it wasn't difficult at all. This little set of things that I used here is isn't, this is like middle school stuff here. Why would he think that it's a challenge? I have no idea. Maybe he's just dumb. John, refracted curvature. Are you really, really dumb? Because what you just said is really, really dumb. So why does that dude sound like Terry Eicher? It does sound like Terry Eicher. It is a different person than Terry Eicher. I've spoken on the phone with Terry Eicher. I'm not kidding. Last summer, I spoke on the phone with him, and we were going to do a debate like in the end of July. And then he stopped talking to me and he blocked me on his channel. I don't know why. I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. I even unlisted the video that I had done on him that was very critical of him as a favor, right? After our conversation. But I don't know why. Anyway. Those are not what the motorboat. No, that's not what they are. Okay. So anyway, so that is the foundation. That right there is the foundation of all of the denialism that Nathan Oakley's clown troupe makes about celestial navigation.
Have zeniths to have them diverge to begin with. Secondly, the idea that a measurement is a reification fallacy is wrong. It is only when you try to conceptualize.
He's correct on that. Flat earthers like to claim that measurements are reification. They just like to chuck out fallacies. This next thing he's about to say is wrong, though.
In a model, that it becomes a reification fallacy.
Yeah, so when you use a model, then he says there's a reification fallacy, which of course is ridiculous. A reification fallacy. That's when you make a model concrete. When you think that you live on the model, that the model is reality. So flat earthers do that often when they have a model. When flat earthers all have a model. It's very simplistic. They say it's flat. That's a model. It's very crude model. But to really have a good model, you need to provide mechanisms for cause, right? Why do things do stuff? You build a model, and then it can make predictions, and that stuff there is what they think is a reification, but it's not. The reification is when reality doesn't match the model, to still use the model as if it's reality. That's the reification, which we will see them doing in this video.
So
Gotcha. Yeah, because
make that clear.
this is like a magical idea, right? That the zeniths are the same, like the angles are the same from high above and below. So like that's not something you could depict orthographically. So what do you think the explanation for that is?
I'd love to know. The majesty of the heavens will never have an explanation for this, right?
The majesty of the heavens will never give us an explanation for it. What a cop-out. This is just an escape mechanism. Nathan Oakley, who obviously is not a spiritual person, is using some fake spiritualness to try to escape from the very obvious failure that he's going to be talking about in the in reality matching geometry. So he just says majesty of the heavens is why for the questions that we ask about it. Why doesn't it work?
Why they don't change as you go up higher. Why the angle remains the same. I am damned if I know.
Well, he's damned.
The only thing we can come to the conclusion is that the stars do not obey our concepts of geometry.
And there is the reification. The reification being that they, or it's an affirming the consequent, or it's a presumption, or whatever. There's any number of things that you could call this, but they are declaring that their model is reality. Their model is it's flat, and they're declaring that it's reality. And when things don't match, when other parts of reality don't match their model, they're saying reality is wrong, not their model. You see how that's switched? That's the reification there. It's very, it's a weird religious position that they take.
That doesn't mean the ground doesn't.
Well, I mean, if it's a non-linear relationship, it does.
There's Austin.
Be a logarithmic relationship optically.
What does that mean?
It just a curved. There's a curved limit. I mean, I would never say it ultimately defies our geometry. That's not true.
So that's the first time that Austin had showed up in this particular conversation here. He just popped into the Discord server.
Okay, if it obeyed our geometry, as you raised in height, you'd get closer to it.
Okay.
But it doesn't do that. So it doesn't obey our geometry, Witsit.
Our geometry. Think about that.
Wait. So you're saying if we go crazy high in the sky, the star will stay the same place?
Do you have no idea how the stars behave, Witsit? Have you ever actually looked at them?
Please tell me where you made a measurement over 180.
I asked you a question. Based on your question, I'm just going to make a statement of fact. You have no idea how the stars behave, do you, Witsit?
He doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
You just asked me. You just asked me if at height they wouldn't change even a little bit. Do you want to ask me that again? And I'll just declare it again that you haven't got the slightest idea what the stars do. Why do you talk about the stars?
If you want to be retarded and act like it counts for a
answer that question. Answer your own question then. Do they?
All right. So for reference, because it comes up later, they bicker about this. Austin first made that accusation of the R word towards Oakley here.
They change even a little bit as you go up in height, Witsit. Answer that for me.
We wouldn't know because you'd have
we do know.
Extreme height.
Yeah, we do know, Witsit. You don't know. Why do you?
You don't know.
Let's just stop talking a second, please, Witsit. Do you mind, Witsit? I'm trying to respond. Why is Witsit now chanting through me? Can you stop, Witsit?
So yeah, no auto mute. This is let's see, March 18th. This was March 18th. Let's look back. When was March 18th? What day of the week? It was a Monday. So I don't know. It was March 18th of this year. So Oakley has been doing these, his FED, his, ironically named debate show on the politics Discord server on Fridays lately. But for some reason, this one, I don't know why. This is, if you look at the upper right of his YouTube window there, it's live stream 1, something live, Rumble, Twitch, Odyssey. So this is, I don't know. Maybe Oakley isn't a mod on this particular server. I don't know. But yeah, there's no auto mute. He's begging and pleading for the moderators to take action. You'll hear it's quite sad and pathetic.
Let's not turn this
Excuse me, I was in the middle of something. Witsit's decided that because he's being corrected, he's going to chant through me. Can you stop him from doing that, please?
That's not what happened. You interrupted me. You interrupted me 3 times.
Right, Witsit doesn't know what the stars do. He's asked a question. Now it seems I'm being perpetually chanted through. I'm going to just state a fact. Witsit doesn't know how the
poor
stars work.
Nathan.
He's asked a question about whether or not they'll change at altitude.
People are
That tells me
chanting
unequivocally
through
he
him.
doesn't know how they work.
Well, do you have like a measurement of like a boat
I'm talking to
on the-
Witsit.
on
Talking to
the
Witsit.
ocean at a
Talking to
certain
Witsit.
latitude and longitude, and then like a a helicopter above it or a balloon right above it and measures the same star angle?
Sorry, I was
They
talking to
don't.
Witsit.
Absolutely don't.
Okay, excuse me. As he's running the show, it's a show that he's throwing here. So please refrain. He said he was talking to Witsit. Please do not continue, Tora.
Witsit,
Okay, so
based on
I'm
your
not
question,
talking about minor.
that means
God,
not that means I was talking to you. That's not your invitation to start taking control of the conversation. Witsit, it's the second time he's done it.
This is why
Mods.
no
Second time
one
he's done
watches
it.
your show.
Second time he's done it. He understands that I'm about to start telling him something, so he starts
Jesus
jabbering
Christ.
first. No, Witsit. No, I'm the one telling you something, and he's not going to stop. So this tactic's never going to end, is it? This tactic's never going to end. I'm never going to get my chance. Now, Iraqi is doing it.
Hold on,
Everybody's
guys.
white knighting.
Such a joke.
Can you take
Guys,
control? What's going on?
He's just crying, poor baby. He can't mute people, and he's just whining like a little child. Poor Nathan.
I'll try again.
You asked me a
Right
question.
now.
Someone else.
No, I haven't asked anything. I'm going to tell you something when you finally stop waffling because you know something's coming your way. I'm telling you, you don't have any justification to be talking about what stars do based on that question you've asked me. To ask that question tells me in no uncertain terms that you, Witsit, do not know how the stars behave. That's a fact.
Well, I mean, that's true.
Answer your own
You're gonna
question.
chant through me.
A broken
your own
clock
Because
is
I
right
interrupted him right
twice
then.
a day, right?
Yeah. This dude is such a joke. And somehow he comes in this server and then calls me all kinds of names, and then I go to respond and I get server muted 3 times.
Now, who called the name first? Austin. Right? Now you might be asking yourself, who do I cheer for here? The answer is cheer for the fight. Both of them are wrong. Both of them are whiny babies. Both of them are falsifying flat Earth. Neither of them can do celestial navigation. That's what the topic of all this is about. These are people that cannot get a position using celestial navigation, bickering about celestial navigation. It's just, it's a clown show.
So when
Yeah,
did that
let's just-
happen?
I don't know. Let's just all go one at a time, please, guys.
Okay. I'm not talking about minor elevation changes. The stars are very far away. If you weren't retarded, you would know that.
Well,
I'm talking
second
about
time.
immense distant changes. You wouldn't know if they change or not unless you have evidence of a measurement super high in the sky, which you don't. So claiming that they don't obey geometry is a stupid claim. Thank you.
Sorry, they don't obey our geometry because when we raise in elevation, they stay at the same angle measurement.
Oh, why is that?
Now, if they obeyed our geometry, like a lighthouse, if I'm standing next to a lighthouse and I measure the angle up to it and I'm having to crick my neck to look up it and it's a 80-foot lighthouse, yeah? If I raise up 80 foot, guess what? It's no longer an angle measurement. I'm straight parallel with it, aren't I? Because I've raised up and it obeys how we interpret things to be measurable with angles when we have a relationship with them with height.
That is totally correct. And this is now how Oakley is destroying the ideas about celestial navigation for flat Earth. So this is how geometry really works. And so I will draw I'll draw the diagram in case you didn't quite get that. I listened to that portion a little bit a couple times. So here is it doesn't matter because it's a very short distance comparatively for the globe, so it's what's called a manifold, but when you're looking at such a short distance, but that's okay. We've got this here and we've got a lighthouse. It's right, let's make it like this, and it's got stripes. So some pretty lighthousey colors here, right? This is how lighthouses all look, isn't it? I don't know. Or is this the nuclear reactor from The Simpsons? Not quite wide enough at the bottom for those evaporator towers. So, all right, there's that. And then you've got the up here, some sort of a top on it usually. And then it's got light coming out of it because it's a lighthouse. So you got the big light inside here. It's a sun simulator. There we go. How's that? It's Where's Waldo's Lighthouse, Warren Smith says. Perfect. So now, let's say this is 80 feet is what he used. So I'll mark it as 80 feet. To the top of it, we'll say. Now, if your observer is down here at the bottom, right, your angle to the top of it will be an elevation angle. Of course, the scale of the person to the lighthouse is definitely not right, but that's okay. Right, so there it is. There's the angle. This is an elevation angle from a horizontal. Look at that. There's a horizontal that doesn't touch the surface. Right there. Now I don't know if it's a misnomer. I think he just misspoke, but he's like, now if you raise up 80 feet, then there's no more angle. He said something to that effect. So, I mean, no more angle. Well, there's still an angle. 0 is an angle. So we'll move our observer here is just floating. He's got a jetpack on, or he's got a magic Witsit levitation electrostatic device that's powered by ether. And now we've got a theta equals 0 down there from horizontal to that, right? But there's still, of course, if I were to draw a line up from here, which I'll do quick, that is 90. This angle is 90, right? Put that there. That still exists, whether or not this is curving here, right? If this had a very, very slight curve, or if it had a non-slight curve, if this was it, there's still a zenith, right? There's still a zenith. That angle right there from this goes up. So how could you say that doesn't exist? So yeah, all right, yeah, oh yeah. He was etherically displaced up to there. Somehow. There you go. I hope you appreciate that the Walmart trip that I made to get all these pens was worth the time.
Go up, the angle decreases. You raise an elevation with respect to the lighthouse, the angle you measure decreases. The stars do not do that, Witsit.
Okay. That probably needs I think that might warrant an explanation for flat Earth as well. And he's partially correct on that. I don't know. I got a new page here for it. I'll do this one quick for you. We got the ground here. And so this is over flat Earth. This is not globe. So you've got up here a star, right there. Got a star, and then you've got Mikey Smith down here on the ground. Down here is measuring an angle. He's in Saskatchewan, right there. It is. This little bald head. Look at him, cute little bald head. So now you measure the angle. All right, hold on. That's orange. Is this orange? Let me get the right color pen to match. You tell me. Is this orange? Or let's see, this isn't. This isn't. Or is this? Hold on. Oh, yeah. That's orange. They're both orange. Got it. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. If it's not orange, then too bad. I need to mark them better. Anyway, so here's what he's talking about. You got this angle here. And so whatever angle that is, doesn't matter. It's this angle here. And making sure you can see that. So we've got theta. Now he said the angle does not change when you move up. And so he's saying when you move up here, right? So we're going to etherically displace Mikey Smith up a little bit here, right? And so Oakley is saying that when you move up in elevation, this angle does not change. And so he's like, it doesn't match our geometry. Which, okay, that's correct. But he's got a couple things wrong. And Witsit is both right and wrong in his responses. And Oakley is both right and wrong. So this is what Oakley is saying should happen for flat Earth. And it doesn't. All right, so we got theta 2 here and theta 1 here. So the problem is now to scale, I halved the right. I cut this distance about in half. About now for flat Earth, there's varying numbers that you get for this elevation when you actually do the measurement. It's between 4,000 and 2,000 miles. So is that legible? I hope it is. There's some bleed through I got from the previous page. I keep thinking I should put like something in between the pages. Anyway, so this angle must change if you raise your elevation a lot, but this is 2,000 to 4,000 miles. Let's call it 3,000. This is 1,500 miles up. Well, that's not been done. And no flat earther accepts that this has ever happened. The only elevation that they really acknowledge has ever happened is things like the YouTube plane, right? Which is 70,000 feet for a person. But people didn't bring a sextant up there to measure the angle to the stars. So really the only elevation that they can reference for people measuring angles to stars is in airplanes with sextants, which is not this high up. It's like this high up, right? It's immeasurably small elevation change, and certainly smaller than the margin of error of a sextant. So Nathan is saying, since the elevation angle did not change at very, very high elevation, which they've not actually done, right? He doesn't give hard numbers for any of this. Then it doesn't match their geometry. But he can't cite any of these measurements that have actually been done, and what margin of error they were, or anything like that, right? Typical flat earther, they don't have any at all, any reference of any sort to measurements. They hate measurements. It never works for them. So anyway.
Hey, does the amount that the angle changes vary with distance? Yes or no?
For the stars?
Yes or no?
For the stars?
You can't answer yes or no.
Sorry.
Anything.
For the stars?
Do anything.
Right, and we're talking about the stars and how they do not obey those rules.
Oh, Witsit.
You don't know that. Now you're laughing. So far, he's called me retarded, and now he's laughing through the top of my sentences.
Yeah, you called me retarded.
Could you please mute him while I try and talk? Because he's now jabbering through the top of me and insulting me.
So now, did you hear Witsit say, you called me retarded first? But Witsit called Oakley twice before Oakley called him once. They're both wrong. They're both calling each other the same thing. And I gotta agree with both Austin and Oakley on this one. Using that word referenced toward the other person, they are 100% correct. Both of them are.
Calling me retarded. I don't like it.
You called me retarded first.
Can you please stop him from doing this? I'm trying to reply, and he just won't shut up.
I can't believe
Please, can you shut him up?
He's begging the moderators. Poor little Oakley, he's the victim.
Please, guys, let's not call names. No name calling.
Yeah, I'd rather not be called retarded. I'd just like to respond to him without him laughing at me or calling me names.
The irony of Oakley saying don't call names.
And now he won't shut up.
Whoever did it first.
Yeah, still doing it. Still not getting my chance to say anything. It's just an endless barrage monologue from Witsit, and he's laughing and calling me names.
Oh,
I am not retarded.
Yes, you are.
Can someone server mute him so I can actually...
Yeah, you are too, Oakley. Stop. Look, just embrace it. Just know your limitations.
Actually get a chance without Witsit rumpusing me continuously.
I'll leave the server if I think Nathan only gets to like...
Oh, he's going to rage stay. I'll leave. I'm going to take all my toys and leave. How many times does Witsit do that? It's like every time somebody confronts him, I'm just going to go. And then he doesn't.
I'm never going to get a chance to talk, obviously, which it's not going to allow it, so I'm just going to remove myself from this server.
Name, Jeremy.
Oh, no, now Oakley's going to leave. Oh, we're both going to leave. I'm the most important person here, and poor you are going to not have the presence of me.
Give me a second, Nathan. Witsit, he's running a show. Same thing as host.
I don't care.
Well, goodbye.
Oh, so when he runs a show, you give him full respect, but he don't want to give the same respect.
No, he's server muted.
Okay.
He is server muted right now. Please stop.
Yeah, thank you. I want to speak to the audience. Why are any of you listening to Witsit's garbage about the stars? Ether being the stars and their contained area. He doesn't even know how they behave by his own vision. He hasn't even looked at them. He doesn't know what they do. He hasn't got the slightest idea. To tell me that I would be retarded to assert that they don't obey our geometry. They don't. So what does that make Witsit, given he's told me I would be retarded to suggest that they don't obey our geometry? They absolutely do not obey our geometry, and Witsit did not know that. Yet he's peddling an entire faith in ether. He's never even looked at them, has he? This is a bit of a revelation. This is a bit embarrassing. Is this Witsit jabbering through me again? While I point out to this audience and this server that Witsit, the man who jabbers on with long, incessant words that he doesn't probably know the meaning of about the sky and...
Windows, it's OBS. Windows crashes too. I do have Streamlabs queued up. I have prepped it to use the Streamlabs version of OBS. I don't know if it's any better or not, but we'll see if it is. So, all right. Yeah, it was just getting good. I'm creating another scene on the side here. That's what for some reason happened. So, anyway, we'll keep going here. I got to back it up a little.
I have faith in ether. He's never even looked at them, has he? This is a bit of a revelation. This is a bit embarrassing. Is this Witsit jabbering through me again? While I point out to this audience and this server that Witsit, the man who jabbers on with long, incessant words that he doesn't probably know the meaning of about the sky and the stars, has never even observed what they do with his own two eyes, and has got the gall to call me retarded for suggesting that they don't obey our geometry, when they don't. So no, Witsit, how dare you call me retarded? I would suggest that a man that doesn't even know how the stars behave based on his own bloody vision of them shouldn't be going around telling people about ether.
Okay, the irony here is Nathan Oakley has never done celestial navigation, and to my knowledge, he has never once touched a sextant or looked through a sextant with his own eyes. And he was just talking about, he used a phrase like, with his own eyes. So he's never done it. Two people that have never done celestial navigation bickering about how to do celestial navigation. The irony is amazing. With both of, just to be clear, both of these people that could benefit greatly from $10,000, should they be able to just do celestial navigation using the very thing they're bickering about, but they can't do it, yet they sit here bicker about it. This was just 5 months ago, right? This is just under 2 years from when I first issued this celestial navigation challenge, that neither of them, actually it's over 2 years from when I issued the challenge, neither of them could do, yet they're bickering about who's better at it. basically. Who understands it better? Both of you don't understand it. Both of you suck at it. Both of you should, the R word that you're kicking at each other? Yes, 100%. Both of you.
It's a disgrace. Before you start peddling this garbage that you cannot prove, I suggest that you actually learn what the stars do with your own eyes first.
Oh, nice.
Like I've done.
No, you haven't.
Like everybody on my panel's done.
No.
But you've got the nerve to call me retarded
None
for
of them.
knowing what they do. This is an absolute disgrace.
How very
Is
dare
there a
you?
point here?
Earth is not flat. Earth is not flat.
Who
Can I ask a question?
Who is that? Oh my God.
No, wait. Just because he's running a show doesn't mean he can say my name and talk crazy about me. And then when I go to respond, he gets to scream over me and then I get muted. Some moderator enlighten me how he can say my name and talk about me. Then I go to respond and don't get to because he's running a show. Someone enlighten me.
Because you're responding through him. Let him finish.
Oh, Neil.
Go ahead.
No one's gonna respond.
Neil, such a
let's
good
all
boy.
keep it, please, guys. Let's not turn this into a mess, and we all go one at a time. None
Does
of the
anybody
insults.
recognize who's speaking right now? I don't quite. It's a familiar voice, but I don't quite recognize.
Name calling and personal attacks, please. This is your chance. Respond to his point.
Is that Geo? Is that Geo?
Well, yeah, let's rewind for a second. I very calmly said I wouldn't say that. It could be a different type of relationship based on vision. That's a fact. I then asked him a simple question he couldn't answer, which is, does the amount the angle changes vary with distance? The answer is yes. If something's further...
Let me just say something here about... if you watch Conspiracy Cats or Culture Cats' video today, there was some drama going on. I'm going to ask that you don't bring it here. I'll just say the people involved are both friends of mine. I don't understand what's going on. It baffles me. So I would ask, just please don't bring it here. And both PhD Tony and Stringer News One, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Stringer News One, I sent you an email. I'd love to chat with you. But not right now. This isn't the place. We're here to enjoy the clown fight of the flatty clown fight here. So let's not bring our own other stuff into this. So. Anyway, okay.
away, the rate at which the angle changes is different than if something's closer to you. This is like fifth grade stuff.
Okay, no
if
worries.
something's closer to me,
I heard the first time.
Increase my elevation, my angle to it changes faster, right?
That's twice. I heard the first time, the second time. Okay, can you give me an exact measured distance to a star to back that, please? Go.
No.
The exact distance to a star, right? So yeah, a good question, Oakley. The exact distance to a star. Let's review what, I want to hear again what, because I was a little distracted, what Witsit was saying.
The rate at which the angle changes is different than if something's closer to you. This is like fifth grade stuff.
Okay, no
if
worries.
something's closer to me,
I heard the first time.
Increase my elevation, my angle to it changes faster, right?
That's twice. I heard the first time, the second time. Okay, can you give me an exact measured distance to a star to back that, please? Go.
No.
It's a good question, and neither of them can answer it.
I'm talking about a basic principle of how vision works. If something's closer to me, does the angle that I measure to it change at a different rate based on its distance?
I don't know. Let's have it with a star's distance and we'll find out, Witsit.
No, we can do it with the lighthouse you brought up. If the lighthouse is closer to me and then I go up higher, is my angle to the lighthouse that I measure going to change faster or slower than when the lighthouse is further away, Oakley?
Sorry, we're talking about the stars,
you
Witsit.
lost. You're smart enough to know that you lost. Okay. The point is that
we don't have a measured distance to the stars, Witsit.
I have
We don't have a measure. It's just ignoring me.
Oh, poor.
I have no idea how.
All right. Here. I wonder. I'm having some issues with the computer, and I wonder if this new camera setup is part of it. I don't know. This is the one thing I changed. It's this is the only IV. Anyway, so Witsit just brought up, well, what if they're here, right? What if we move? Where'd it go? Is this? There you go. What if we put? Oh, I got to use the same theme here. Let's put Mikey Smith here, right? This angle now is different, and the amount that it changes is different, right? And that's a good point there, Witsit. Right? Of course, if we put the guy right here. So, and if we put a guy here, right, like, so all these angles, so many angles here. So the angle that this guy has here, and the angle this guy has here, right? And these angles at the bottom. So this is what he's talking about, because you're closer to it. All these angles. So when you're here, when you're far away and you raise up, this angle changes at a certain rate. And when you're at this distance here and you raise up the same amount, this angle, the variation between these two angles is different than the variation between these two angles. Yep, that's the case, right? So they're talking about this, and then they're like, well, but that doesn't happen in reality like that when we're measuring to the stars, because and it doesn't matter, because on flat Earth, you're not getting high enough for it to matter. So none of this matters. It's a moot point, or as Flatzoid says, it's a mute point. Yeah, he's trying to measure the temperature of the lighthouse.
Stars are Oakley.
So how can you make that assertion about how they behave when they do not change with altitude?
Okay, listen carefully. I said you can't make the claim that you know they wouldn't ever change at
yes,
high
I can,
altitudes.
and I do. It's a fact.
Wow.
It's a fact.
Wow. So based on your ignorance, no, I'm not going to let you babble on about unicorns any further. You don't know how the stars behave. Stop talking about them.
He just got wrecked. Anyone in this room that acts like he didn't just get wrecked is lying so hard, coping so hard. So the stars are super far away.
I love it when Austin pats himself on the back because he's doing so good. That's a good boy. That's a good boy, Austin. You got wrecked. You just got wrecked, dude, bro. You just got wrecked. I love it when he does that. It's such... I don't know. Maybe his followers think that's a good tactic. I don't know. It's not.
We don't know what rate that the angle to them.
Give me a distance.
So we wouldn't.
Give me a distance.
We wouldn't know. Far away.
What's that in meters?
I don't claim a distance.
So far away. So you don't claim a distance. You've just said they're far away. You double speaking clown.
They literally would obey our understanding of geometry if they're super far away. We wouldn't expect.
So you don't know how far. You don't claim a distance, but now they're super far away, therefore obeying our geometry.
How can you make a claim of exclusivity of geometry if you don't have a distance? How can
because
you say
they don't obey
geometry if you don't have a distance?
So do you need to repeat? Do you need to keep asking the same question, and then hopefully, if you keep saying it again and again and keep talking.
All right, here's the diagram I drew the other day. All right, you got Polaris, you got the flat Earth, you got these angles here, and so this is geometry how it really works in reality, And it has to match because there's no reason for it not to match. You'd have to have a reason for it to not match. Oakley just says it's the majesty of the heavens. And Austin, he doesn't even have anything. He doesn't know why. But this is critical. This is a 45, 45, 90 triangle. So whatever distance this is here from the observer to the GP, the point directly underneath the star, which for Polaris is very close to the North Pole, right? It's 30 nautical miles from the North Pole, which depending on your precision you need, you can just call it close enough. But if you need a little more precision, then you want to get a little better than that. But so if you are at 40, if you're measuring it 45 degrees north, and let's imagine you're in Minneapolis, which is where I am, which is also coincidentally 45 degrees to Polaris. Well, that tells me a lot. And I know that Minneapolis is 3,105 miles, statute miles, from the North Pole, which says that this has to be 3,105 miles high. So what's the height of Polaris over flat Earth? It has to be 3,105 miles, according to geometry. But they reify flat Earth by saying, even though this doesn't match, they still, treat the idea, the hypothesis, the model of flat Earth as concrete, even though it doesn't match reality. And I drew this because, of course, this doesn't work either, which they're not getting into at this point. So how far is it? Well, we know it has to be that. And so then what's this distance? This is the hypotenuse, right? You got 3,105, multiply 3,105 by 1.4, right? That's this distance here, 1.414. So that's this distance. If you're like, what's the distance? So it's right there. It's just solve the triangle. But they know, both of them know, right? Other like the rank and file flat earthers, they don't know that this doesn't work. But both Oakley and Austin know that this does not work for flat Earth. And they're basically bickering about different excuses to get out of that problem. That's what this whole argument is between them, is they're pissing around about why this doesn't work when they reify flat Earth. That's what's so funny about it.
I won't get to answer. Please can the moderator shut him up while I answer him?
Please, moderators, I beg of you.
Repeat my question.
You asked about measuring them based on distance and the distance being far. I pointed out, you totally ignored it, that you don't know the distance. Furthermore,
how can you make a...
Furthermore, they do not alter in angle as you raise in height.
Where are these measurements at? He doesn't have any.
Okay. How can you make a claim of exclusivity of whether or not it obeys laws of geometry if you don't know the actual distance to them? Answer the question.
Because they don't obey the rules. They don't change in angle as you raise in elevation. The guy's thick. I don't know what else to say. I've said it 4 times.
This is interesting, right? He's sitting here in a flat Earth Discord server. The reason why I asked if it's Geo is because I'm wondering if the Discord server they're in is is it the 24/7 or is it the Earth Awakening server? I don't know. I was suspecting it was the Earth Awakening server. So,
wait.
My point was, that flat earthers just making a claim is all they need to do. Right? This is a bicker between two different people that imagine that just making a claim is all you need to do. So Nathan has made the claim that when you raise up an elevation, there is not a change in angle. Now, I don't disagree with that. Right? I don't. Because in reality, the stars are far away, and that angle doesn't change enough to be measurable. On flat Earth, it would need to, but he doesn't have measurements of it, number one. Number two, they would have to go higher than an airplane to get a measurement that a theodolite has the resolution to measure. So they're both so wrong in this one. Oakley doesn't have these measurements, but he just says they do. And he's like, I've said it 4 times. Therefore, it's true. Nope.
How would you know what rate they need to raise?
Because I've looked at them, Witsit.
He hasn't looked at them. He hasn't had a sextant at very high elevation. And here he is. He's about to have an aneurysm.
Like you.
How would you know the rate that they need to raise?
They don't change. There's no rate. They're not changing. What part of this aren't you? Why does anybody give any credence to what Witsit says about the sky after this discussion? Any credibility? I have no idea. You're getting destroyed. You hear him? You hear Witsit? This is so good. I gotta back it up. The rules, they don't change in angle as you raise in elevation. The guy's thick. I don't know what else to say. I've said it 4 times.
Wait, how would you know what rate they need to raise?
Because I've looked at them, Witsit. Unlike you.
How would you know the rate that they need to raise?
They don't change. There's no rate. They're not changing. What part of this aren't you? Why does anybody give any credence to what Witsit says about the sky after this discussion? Any credibility? I have no idea. He literally doesn't know how they behave to his own vision. That tells me he's never even looked at them. Either of you?
Okay, you made the claim that they don't obey the laws of geometry.
No, they don't.
No,
they don't. Because I've looked at them.
In order to make that claim, you would.
It's not a claim. It's a fact. It's not a claim. It's a fact.
It can only be considered a fact based on how high you've gone, which is definitely not.
No, it's an entire principle of navigation, you stupid man.
It is this is what's so hilarious about it. Oakley is showing that he does understand the amount that the 60 nautical miles per degree in elevation change of stars as you get farther from the GP of it. These things that do not match flat Earth at all. The geometry doesn't work for flat Earth. And he gets that. He knows. Because here it is. This is it. This is Polaris, right? Or any star. It doesn't matter. If the angle is 45 degrees, then this distance here is 3105 miles, or hold on. Here, 2700. 2700 nautical miles, right? That's the distance between here and here. And then this in reality, this is the difference in reality. This difference is 15 degrees of latitude, or 15 just degrees in general latitude if you're looking at this North Celestial Pole. In reality, it's 900 nautical mile, right? But let's do the actual math here of this is where it falls apart. And they're like, it doesn't match geometry. You're right. 2700 plus 900, right? Which is a total of 3,600. So now we've got a triangle that's a 30 degree, 3090 triangle, right? Isosceles triangle. So let me put in the 3600 now. I'm not going to do it on the fly in my head. I know well enough not to do things hot if I'm not quite ready for it, because I'll likely screw it up. So there we go. There's this. Okay. There you go. Right triangle calculator happening at the moment. So now remember, this has to be 2700 also, right? Because from here we measured that. The color, let's see, the color tone of this got a little wacky. See that? Did that? I mean, I'm colorblind, but I can tell that that color is weird. Anyway, I think it's because I have more white there. I don't know. So now, and then in reality, this distance all the way here is 3,600. So I'm solving for this triangle, and we're going to see what this requires the height to be. Yeah. That makes the height 2,078. Now, it can't simultaneously be 2,700 nautical miles and 2,078 nautical miles. That's an impossibility. The geometry doesn't work. They both know this geometry doesn't work. So they're both declaring that even though the geometry doesn't work, the reality doesn't work, that their model is still the model they're going to use. This is the reification. They don't get it. They're completely oblivious to this, and the whole crowd of people watching are oblivious to it as well.
Guys, please, man, come on.
It's a principle of navigation. I'm going to respond to him, hopefully without him chanting the same sodding thing through me. No, Witsit, it's not a claim, it's a principle of navigation. The fact that you have parallels to the GP, because they are the same angle at all elevations, is a principle used to navigate. You're telling me like it's a claim. No, Witsit, you just don't know how the stars behave, son. And it's very telling and kind of pathetic.
It's pathetic that both of them are so wrong about it.
No, I know that at the surface, with minor elevation changes, we treat them as if it's the same, and there's no noticeable difference. That's expected.
Is that how
things, stars are.
Sorry, and that's how things behave normally. Is that how things normally behave? Is that how a lighthouse would behave?
Cut my conclusion off. You'll be right somehow. So
yeah, sorry. When you're done, just let me know. Everyone else,
I will.
Can you mute your mics because I can hear scratchy, horrible background noises. If you're not talking, please mute.
That is
somebody was hot mic and I got him.
Yeah, thank you,
Witsit. The stars are super far away. It is expected.
I heard that 4 times.
Okay, so then you can't.
I'd just like to respond instead of the same diatribe and repetition 16 times.
It's just insane. Like he's scared is what's happening.
Does he ever shut up? Witsit,
you forced
Witsit, when you raise in altitude, yeah, to the stars, do they behave the same as the lighthouse? Like,
again, you know, he completely missing the scale of what they'd need to do.
We would expect in conventional geometry. Is that what the stars do?
We wouldn't expect that. The lighthouse is way closer.
And we know the distance of the star. He's just scared, ladies and gentlemen. He just needs to keep his mind.
They're both declaring the other person scared, and they're much closer, right? And for flat Earth, Witsit's correct there. And Oakley, rather than acknowledge the very simple thing that a lighthouse is much closer than a star, he won't admit that. He instead demands that Witsit declare how far the star is. Right? A relative distance is acceptable. Very far away, that's a fine thing.
Open indefinitely while he's getting this absolute pummeling and being exposed as not knowing how the stars work. It's plainly obvious to everybody listening as he incessantly and continually interrupts me that he doesn't understand that when we raise in altitude with an object that we know how high it is, we can see a change in angle.
Okay. Well, it is time. It's time for the orange cat. Oh my goodness. Why are you hissing? The dog's not in here.
He's so
there you
grumpy.
go. Yeah, grumpy kitty. Yeah, good boy. Meow. There you go. He's always so grumpy. Unless he's just like... He's funny. If it's nighttime, like, and the dogs are in their kennel, it's just sitting there on the couch, he'll come lay on you. Just lay on top of you. Like, I own you. No, you don't, but go ahead. It's fine. All right. Okay. Thank you. I'll have a penguin. If got a spare penguin. All right, we've got the penguin coming. Where? All right. Here she is. Oh.
Hey, calm down.
I gotta take out the earbuds so she doesn't grab them. Okay. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. Make her look up there. There you go. She doesn't look. She doesn't look. Look up there. Look at there it is. Oh, good puppy. There it is. Now, she likes to lick at me. Don't get me. There we go. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thanks. No. Thank you. Okay. Did you put that coffee in the fridge?
I'm doing that now.
All right. Thanks. It's not that hot tomorrow, I don't think, but when it's warm, I'll make coffee the day before and put it in the fridge. So, okay.
The stars, where we don't know how high they are, they don't change in angle.
But you do know how high they must be for flat Earth. They have to be that high for flat Earth. Unless geometry is all fake. It's not. Reality's, you can test these things in reality. But they don't want to. They don't want to admit that.
Does not obey conventional geometry. And that principle.
But why not? This is the interesting thing. He has just declared that the angles to the stars does not obey conventional geometry, but he doesn't give a reason. Instead, he still presumes flat. He still presumes flat with no evidence for it, right? All of the stuff that he likes to talk about requires geometry, an application of geometry, right? His black swan garbage, geometry. Angles to stars, geometry. All of the things he talks about is geometry, but he just said that geometry doesn't it doesn't follow, it doesn't work. So now what? What do you do now? It doesn't. So that's what's very interesting. He still declares flat, even with zero backing evidence, because seriously, just really getting all of the things that Oakley talks about is geometry as evidence for flat. And he just said geometry doesn't work in reality. His angles to stars. It's insanity.
Is set in stone for navigation. Witsit started this discussion by telling me that it was, quote, retarded to assert that they don't obey our standard geometry, end quote, Witsit. No, Witsit, they do not obey standard geometry. You've obviously never even looked at them.
Well, except if you do apply standard geometry to the globe with stars very far away, then they do. That's what's crazy. We've got the very simple explanation that geometry works the same way as it works for everything else for the stars, with the Earth being a globe, and no mysteries about why they don't work. They all work. And yet, let's never mind that. Let's go with the we don't know why it doesn't work answer. Not a good way to go, right? They both talk about Occam's razor. They both downplay the appeal to possibility types of things, but that's all they have.
Okay, so it is just a fact. It's just a fact that the rate at which they would change with elevation is relative.
They don't! Why do you keep telling the rate of change that they would change?
That Oakley just barreled into Witsit's speech there, right? Keep that in mind.
They don't.
So let me try. All right, but Oakley, real quick. Say you have something like a helicopter and it's 100,000 feet in the air, just hovering there. And you make an angle to it, right? and then let's say you move up a millimeter, like would your angle change to that? Is that kind of the thing you're getting at? What's it?
No, I don't do that. It's not a principle I'm using. No, I don't do that. No. But in celestial navigation, you can take an angle to a star from any altitude and it will be the same regardless. So in terms of what your example plays out with a helicopter, I honestly can't think of any practical application or use in the real world for that. Meanwhile, the fact that the stars do not obey standard geometry, and it is definitely, unlike what Witsit charged me with, not retarded to state that as fact when an entire navigation principle is based on it, just tells me that Witsit...
My audio's messed up again? Brenda? Is it mine or is it theirs that's messed up? Weird.
No, the stars behave. That's all it really tells me. That this clown who goes around talking about ether doesn't ever actually look at the stars with his own bloody eyes.
Personal attack. Another personal attack. How many does it take to have the show moved? Is this the show you want here?
All right, Brenda. Okay, thank you. The audio is good. So, Brenda, you are right at the top. We can see that you were in this particular Discord server. What Discord server is this? Do you remember? This was 5 months ago. It was March 18. Do you remember? Okay, it's their audio. Okay. Oh yeah, we can still hear them. Thus, it's messed up.
Hey, Night Rakia! Go get him, David!
No, I just don't like the personal attacks. Yeah. Yeah, why personal attack and complain about being personally attacked?
So let me get it straight. Did Rakia? Sorry, just for a second.
All right, so just so you know, the people involved here, we've got Neil, who's on screen next to Nathan, right? And there's 3 boxes at the bottom there of Nathan's thing, right below where it says globe eclipse assumption. You got Neil. Refracted curvature, who's John, who's the liar about claiming to have 2 degrees in engineering, and then Oakley. So the far left is Neil. He's the guy that keeps exploding by yelling at the top of his lungs. You know, he keeps Oakleying on people. It doesn't verb up very well. And then in the background, we can't really see. It's on that list there. The Discord list is the one that starts at the up top that says live stream 1 number 1486. That's all of the people in the Discord server, with Brenda right there at the top. And the person who was talking and then him to Neil was Rakia. So Rakia is a religiflurf, thus the name. So, and that, yeah, they're bickering with each other. It's hilarious.
Sorry, I didn't hear you objecting when he called me retarded.
I tried to get in and got muted, Nathan.
Yeah, guys, please. Just moving forward. Let's just all do this civilly. No personal attacks. Let's try not to, no insults or any of that. Please, guys. Come on,
just out of interest. Let's just assess. No, it's been brought up and put on the table. I don't mind addressing it. Let's just assess it so we can get it all out of the way and it won't happen again. We'll go through both. I'm only reasonable. We'll start with Witsit. Witsit said it's retarded to assert that stars don't obey standard geometry. Now, let's just assess that, first of all, as a statement. It's wrong, because it's correct, as opposed to retarded to assert that the stars do not obey standard geometry. They don't. So, Witsit was wrong, his insult was uncalled for and unnecessary and factually incorrect. Now,
you insulted me for basis
Oakley, do you hear where I'm coming from? Hold on.
These people, they think that just declaring fallacies is, that they like to study these things so much because, when they don't have evidence for their claims, then, leveraging fallacy claims is how one of the methods that they use in debates to try to protect themselves from evidence, right? So Austin just declared that Oakley was the first to insult when it was actually Austin that was the first to insult. And then what did he say? Baseless assertion fallacy. Like, they're just random fallacy generators, right? They just chuck them out, and they just love it. You know what? Just go find a measurement that matches flat Earth. You can't find that, so you gotta go, wanking about fallacies.
Not rewind that whole thing. Let's just move forward.
Should we just focus on me calling him a clown for going around telling people how the stars are and telling them about how the world is based on the stars and ether fields when he's never observed them with his own eyes? That to me is the ramblings of a clown, because only clowns would start telling people how the stars are when they've never even looked at them and don't know how they behave. That's very clown-like.
Seriously.
Yeah, but I challenged you to a debate on Ether, and you asked me how much would I pay you to do it because you were so scared.
That's a pretty standard thing from Oakley's crew, his clown troupe. When they're scared of a debate, they'll demand payment. You have to pay me to debate you. That's how that's one of their, it's one of the coward debate defenses. So I have 11 of them. There you go. Coward's live debate defense. Blocking, no debate. Pay me right there. Number 6 is pay me. Why would anyone pay you to participate? Are you able to demand money for appearances on this topic? Did you accomplish something giving you major notoriety? Or are you a small fish in a smaller pond? The coward knows there is no value in paying them, so nobody would pay them. Easy escape.
So stop bringing that up.
Right, you don't know how the stars behave. You don't know how the stars behave, Witsit. I don't need any help. I don't need any help. You don't know how the stars behave, Witsit. You had to ask me and then told me I was retarded for asserting that they don't obey standard geometry. They don't. It's not retarded, Witsit. That's what you leveled at me.
Well, I was operating in good faith. Let me respond. So I was operating in good faith, and you cut me off before I asked
No, it wasn't. It's more posturing.
My question, and this is the 5th time you said I had to ask you because I didn't know. But the question I was asking that you cut off was, I don't know, do you have some type of evidence I have never seen where people are making precise angle measurements to stars at extremely high altitudes?
A good point, Austin. Good job for bringing that up now. You should have brought it up earlier, though.
Because I'm quite positive that doesn't exist. So
really?
cite it.
Would you like me to answer you? Did you know that they carry sextants on aeroplanes, Witsit?
So, the 3,000-mile high sun, or so, or 3,000-mile high stars, or so, when you go in an airplane and you measure the angle to it, which is maybe 10 miles high. So a very small percentage of it. I'm not going to do the math right now. Maybe somebody wants to do the math. You take a 3,000-mile high airplane, or star, and what's the angular difference when you're at 3,000 miles away between on the ground and 10 miles up? What's the angular difference?
That's not extremely high altitudes.
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh, sorry.
The astronauts claim that they use
Let me just run through my scenario.
So, even the
ground.
Hold on, Witsit.
Is he going to first law of Flurf himself here?
You've been top trumped. Even the astronauts claim to be carrying sextants with them. They get as high as is claimed to get that you could get.
Did you just invoke astronauts?
Yes.
You said not high enough. Do you want to trump that?
So now bring the actual numbers that they measured. Right? And of course he's not. So he's tossing flat Earth under the bus by saying that, by acknowledging that astronauts did measurements, right? He is citing the measurements that they took. Of course, he doesn't have references to them. He doesn't have any idea what they actually measured. So he can't cite them. All he can say is they measured them. So he is accepting the measurements that astronauts made in space to the stars in the trip between the Earth and the moon. Oakley has just acknowledged that as a valid measurement. He's just, right, first law of Flurf right there. And Austin, rightly so, is like, are you acknowledging? Are you bringing that up? Yep. Good job, Austin. You're wrong on everything else, but yep. Good job, Austin. He doesn't have these numbers. He doesn't know if the numbers actually changed or not. But he's going to cite them anyway.
Need it to be. You can use them. Witsit, I'm still talking. You can use them, Witsit. This is going to be the 7th time I've told him. At any altitude. Any altitude, it never changes. You don't need a different almanac if you're 50,000 feet or 100,000 feet. It's the same almanac, mate.
Okay. So here, Barry F. So the question I asked was, I said 10 miles, and that is a little too high for an airplane flight, but let's go with 10 miles. It's a rather high commercial, or a rather high airplane height. Certainly airplanes have been higher than that. So Barry F. says 0.0957 degrees. So that's 0.1 degrees if we round up, which is within the precision of a theodolite, right? It's 1/10 of a degree. A theodolite can measure to an arc minute or better. An arc minute is 1/60th of a degree. So it is within that, right? So potentially for flat Earth, an airplane could maybe measure a difference in from the ground and from an airplane at 10 miles up, right? Now, does he have these measurements? Of course not. He does not. Now, for the globe, it doesn't matter. But for flat Earth, it would have to be. But that's not enough. I point 1 degree. He doesn't have any examples of these measurements. But Oakley has not done the math on this to know what it would need to be for flat Earth, because he will not assert or place a stake in the ground about how high the stars are at all. Are you going to bed? Or you want to give me knuckles? All right. Good night. Love you. All right. All right, that was Stacy's mom. PhD Tony, low Earth orbit satellites use star cameras to determine their orientation in inertial space. Hey, a great point, which of course neither of them will accept, right? It's funny. All right.
Because the stars, you can still measure the same angle from. Doesn't matter how high you are. You see, that's...
Oh, look I made it into his slideshow. That's nice.
Weird, because you said it would be retarded to say that they don't obey standard geometry. They don't, mate. You can measure the same angle from all altitudes. It's not retarded. I would say that for someone to not know that and to claim it's retarded, and that be the same person that goes around telling people about the sky as an ether, that to me is preposterous. Like, if I was a follower of somebody that was telling me what the sky was and what the ether was, and they were held to task by someone who they just claimed was a retard for making a factually accurate statement about how the stars behave, I would question my faith in you strongly, Witsit, if I was one of your followers. Just saying.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll let the people decide like we did last time. So
they will.
Obviously, and they did last time. So
and they did last time.
So what I actually said was retarded was to not acknowledge the fact that there's a relationship with change, the rate at which the angle changes in distance. I did not call you retarded, so you called me retarded 3 times. When I first jumped in, I very calmly...
Hold on. BV, dude, it's super uncommon for me to do that. So no, I've not. I don't know. Icy Spin says the difference would be, and this is the angle measurement for all intents and purposes, unable to be measured. Yeah, for presuming flat Earth, the elevation from the ground to 10 miles up to a star that's 3,000 miles high and you're 3,000 miles away from it, it'd be a very small amount. But he doesn't have any examples of this measurement that he's declaring is absolutely unchallengeably true, right? A typical position for a flat earther is to make an assertion with zero evidence for it. And nobody's calling them, nobody ever calls them out, right? Nobody's in their live chat saying, why are you claiming this, Nathan? Where are those measurements? Nobody in this chat right here, right below me here. Nobody here. Right? And I bet if you were in the let me see. Angles in perspective are not the same as in side view. Oh my gosh. It takes a boy to talk about it. Yeah. I like nobody never calls them out on these things. They just let them let them go. They just let it happen.
I don't think that I would say we know it doesn't obey laws of geometry. And I'm talking about, for one, the claimed linear relationship, right? The 1 degree per however many miles or whatever, that can actually be explained by vision. And then the lack of it changing at significantly noticeable rates could simply be explained by the stars being super far away.
Super far away. Well, you've destroyed flat Earth there, the local stars. So if you saw, oh, that's a little bit, need to get a little different, where is it? Browser with, yeah, okay. That, it's clipping off the side because I had kind of adjusted the screen for this particular screen. So let me fix it up here. Coming. Here we go. All right. So if you remember, or read it again, right here we've got Johnny Z in their live chat says angles in perspective are not the same as in side view. Is that the case? Well, I was recently in Minneapolis. I may have covered this before. Anyway, I was recently in Minneapolis downtown, and here is a picture of the base of the IDS tower. It's right at the base of the IDS tower on the sidewalk there. That this on the right side is the Skyway, and then of course you can see right up to the top there. IDS tower is the tallest building in Minnesota here. I got my position right there at the base of the tower, and then I walked a block away and I got my position there. The distance is 522.9 feet. And then I used the Theodolite app on my phone. And here is, it's a little difficult to see, but if you want, you can go to the website and you can look and see the crosshair just right on the corner of the top of the building there. And then here is where I was on the ground looking down toward the base. And so I lined up the crosshair with the base of the building there. And I did a little bit of math. Angle to the top 55.6 degrees, angle to the bottom negative 0.3 degrees, difference of 56.5 degrees. And here is the diagram right there. Just of that first one there, that left triangle, we've got 522.9 feet and the angle 56.5 degrees. So this is orthogonal view. And the flatties, they like to reject that this matches, that this works. But does it actually work? Well, that creates a triangle, and I can solve the triangle. I get 772.3 feet. That's the text there in black on the left side there. When we solve that triangle, 772.3 feet. And of course, then I walked 2 blocks away, did the same thing with the angle and the feet, and I get, when I solve for that triangle, 774.2 feet. So we're less than 2 feet difference in the measured height in using orthographic view. Now, how close was I to reality? Well, when you look up the actual height of the IDS tower, it's 775.5 feet. So on one of them, I was 1.3 feet off, and the other one I was just a little more than about 2 more feet off. Right, so I was less than 3 feet off, measuring the height of it. So bad news for you there, Johnny Z. Angles in perspective 100% do completely work in side view or orthographic view, right? That is another religious position about geometry that flat earthers like to claim. Why would it not work? They have no reason why it would not work. All they do is they say it would not work. Wrote it, no last name, says, does the tower have doors on the top for when it snows? It does. I have actually been on top of the IDS tower. I was on top. Had to do some maintenance there. One of the people at our company, he's like, yeah, I got to go do this. It's lugging hardware up steps. I hate doing it. Who wants to go with me? Nobody ever wants to go with me. I'm like, I'll go. He's like, you know, a couple months later, he's like, let's go tomorrow. Can you? I'm like, you bet. So we went, and I mean, I don't mind carrying heavy stuff upstairs and all that. So we took the employee elevator, whatever, freight elevator, up to a certain like industrial level, and then we had to take stairs up. Like, so there's like these 2 stories inside the building below the very top of it that are not offices, they're not observatories or anything. It's just concrete floor, 0 windows. There's server racks all over the place. There's hardware for amplifying the radio signals and TV signals that they sometimes use but don't generally use there. It's like the backup. So up in, I think in Shorewood, which is in the north side of the Twin Cities, there's a bunch of towers, and those are the main broadcast towers for the Minneapolis-St. Paul area for TV and radio. But if they're ever down, the backup is at the top of the IDS tower there. So anyway, there's all that hardware. So we did all that. We put all the hardware around, like we're there to work. We installed the hardware, and then like, okay, we can go up to the roof now and poke around. We did our stuff. So we go up to the roof, and it was foggy. So foggy, I couldn't see anything. He's like, oh, that's a bummer. Because right across the street, like not far, is the top of what was then the Wells Fargo building. It's the one that's got, looks like it's a crown, which is slightly shorter. But then like there's a garage on top of that one that was slightly taller, so that the IDS actually has a garage that's even slightly taller than that. Like they're not in competition. The people that own the other tower are like, we're not taller. Please don't. We're not trying to take that away from the IDS. It's pretty cool. A pretty cool way to go about that, because they're like, somebody else is like, your garage on top is taller, and they're like, nope, that doesn't count. Right? Coincidentally, I don't think in any sort of competition, the garage that they later constructed on the top of the IDS was actually taller. Anyway, we couldn't see a thing. He's like, yeah, normally you could see across there, and you could think like you could throw a football over there. That's what he said was a football. I would throw a frisbee, but you couldn't see it. In fact, I did not have any, like, I don't have a fear of heights, but somebody that did have a fear of heights would not have any fear of heights because you couldn't see a thing. If you were claustrophobic, though, you would feel claustrophobic when I was up there because the fog was so intense. So anyway, the one time I got up there, I couldn't see a stinking thing. It was sad. So maybe again someday.
You would have to go very, very high to see any noticeable change if the stars are super far away. I gave you a very simple concept that can't be disputed. Lighthouse close, lighthouse far away. The rate of change to the angle changes based on distance. And you started denying that. And I said, that's retarded.
No, I didn't deny it. That was my example, Witsit.
No, it wasn't.
May I point out
used the lighthouse,
that it
and then
doesn't matter.
I asked 4 times.
Retarded right now.
I asked 4 times, do we all agree that there's a relationship between the rate at which the angle to something in the distance changes relative to its distance? And the answer is obviously yes.
Okay, so you all said the 1 degree of whatever an hour or whatever. What was that exactly? You spoke quite quickly.
Yes, Max, that was Dr. Becky. And Slithery says, I miss playing Ultimate. Hey, I played tonight. Well, I didn't play much tonight. I was coaching tonight. But Thursdays, if you're in the Twin Cities on Thursdays and you want to come play Ultimate, Send me a message.
Do you want to just give me a bit more meat on the bones of that particular? What was it? 1 degree of what now? What were you talking about?
I said the whole 1 degree per 60 nautical miles claim. I never said the word hour. I never didn't know what it was. Like the claimed linear relationship on the globe of 1 degree per 60 nautical miles.
How's that used?
Oh, the leading question from Oakley there. Ooh, how's that used? Oh, you can. Did you hear in his voice? Oh my gosh.
What do you mean, how's it used? They assume that the Earth is curving. We see a declination of the stars. They claim the stars are infinitely far away. They claim they're all at the same distance and that they
We don't claim they're all infinite or at the same distance. We claim, just like Witsit did minutes ago, they are very far away. Far enough away that our positions on the surface of the Earth make such a small variation in the angle that it's an immeasurably small variation, right? With precise enough instrumentation, you could potentially measure it, but the amount is going to be much less than that 0.1 degree we talked about earlier.
Drop because the surface of the Earth is curving.
No.
It could obviously be a product of how we see the stars.
That's not how it's used.
All right, you want to bet $5,000?
It is how it's used.
Right, you think 1 degree, that's a flat Earth measurement for a start, for every 60 nautical miles. I want to know how that...
Okay, now, minutes ago, Oakley just said the geometry doesn't work. The geometry to the stars doesn't work for flat Earth, so therefore it doesn't work how they want it to work, and like whatever words they said, how it doesn't work. Now he's invoking geometry and requiring it to work, and then claiming flat Earth from it.
Applied somewhere in maths, how it's useful.
I just told you how.
I haven't finished, Witsit. How it's useful and practically applied, you start talking about sphere distances. That's wrong. Yeah? So we're testing your acumen. You seem to be speaking very quickly about 1 degree for 69 miles. How is that actually put into practical use? Where's it used? Put it into an equation that's actually used in practical life.
This is great. Because the answer is, and Oakley's going to get into it in a minute, is how celestial navigation actually is done, right? That whole 60 nautical miles only works for the globe, because I'll show you why, right? This is why this doesn't work. This is inconsistent for flat Earth. This 60 nautical miles, you do it here. Okay, start here. You solve that triangle. Great. Do 60 nautical miles per degree here. Do it again. You get a different answer for that. I got a comma here, and I don't have a comma here. I know your OCD is bothering you. I'll help you out here. There you go. So this, by applying 60 nautical miles and using the geometry here and making this assumption, we get different elevations of the stars. So if the only thing you know is an angle of 30 degrees, and if you make this assumption here of flatness, are you going to use 60 nautical miles per degree? Well, you can't, because it doesn't work for flat, right? And Oakley's about to use it for flat. What's funny, though, what you're about to experience is that Oakley does know this, and Witsit does not.
I just explained it.
Explain it again, slower.
The stars drop at a certain rate in relation to distance. It's actually not entirely accurate. It varies slightly. They claim that if there's a 1-to-1 linear relationship because there's a celestial sphere of infinite stars around a presupposed globe.
Presupposed globe. And you notice his voice.
They say the linear relationship proves the Earth's a globe. That's what you guys have ignored for 5 years while only talking about the same argument for 5 years.
It doesn't seem to be listening to me. How is this practically applied in the real world? Not to make a fantasy sphere. How do we use it in the real world, Witsit? This is the stars and their uses. And so far,
I just explained it.
You haven't, Witsit.
He didn't just explain it. Oh, it's great. And Oakley identified that.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking the question again now, would I? I know the answer, and you hear my panel itching to give the answer. All of they know too. You brought up
Me, please.
1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. That's what you've given. That's a nice little bit of jargon. Now tell us where it's actually, practically, usefully applied in the real world. Not to invent a sphere religion, which is what you've tried 3 times. Do you know how it's going to be practically used?
When you're going a certain distance, to estimate your distance based on the change in the position of the stars.
You don't estimate it. Why are you saying estimate? We're making measurements with this stuff, Witsit.
Oh my gosh.
We don't make constant measurements in real life, actually. We make a measurement. No, we don't.
Witsit, we do.
Oh my gosh. He's nitpicking on whether or not you're making a measurement nonstop, constant, right? Or making them intermittently and often or regularly, right? He's nitpicking on that definition.
$5,000 on that? You gonna bet $5,000 on that?
It's called celestial navigation, my friend. We're making angle measurements.
$5,000 on it?
Yeah, it's called celestial navigation, mate. We're definitely making measurements.
Periodic measurements.
Does he need to chant through every single time I point out how wrong he is? Can you shut up, boy? No, we make...
He's calling him boy. Oh.
Make measurements, boy. You're wrong, boy. Now shut up, boy. You don't know how this is practically applied, do you?
This is the show you on here, huh, Jeremy? You approve this, huh?
Don't approve it. Nope, none of this new.
Well, that's not going to work, bro. That's not going to work. Don't do that again, Nathan. Don't do that again, Nathan.
What? Tell him to shut up while he's belligerent and talking through me every time I correct him.
Yes, tell him boy and don't talk like that. Yes.
No, boy. That's what's disrespectful, boy. That. Man.
Oh, look who's back. Stacy, the biggest disrespecter.
Okay, well, no worries.
Oh my gosh. It's all the other clowns are getting in on the clown fight.
I'll just make my conclusions. I'll make my conclusions. No worries.
How many
the
days,
snowflakes are done, having their little moment.
Do a show that we don't have all this. We invite Nathan to have a show here.
Hey, Nathan, just
Meanwhile, while we get further and further away from the point, and Neil makes it more and more distant also.
You have nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a conclusion. Trying to make a conclusion. In which it doesn't know what or how this will be practically applied. He's made 3 attempts of turning it into a sphere for some reason. That's not a practical application in the real world.
That's not what I said. I said to determine distance based on how...
This diagram here is funny. Look at that diagram. Why did they put that up? It doesn't help them. Oh.
How far the stars drop when you travel on the Earth.
How'd you do it?
You just measure the angle to the star as you travel on the Earth.
Then what?
Then you equate it to a distance based on a relationship between the two, which
he doesn't actually know.
Of course, in fairy tale Globeland, they assume is a linear relationship.
No, in the real world. No, you keep trying to take this.
In the real world, it is. Oakley, I can't believe it, is saying all the right things right now. This is amazing. Of course, all of these things destroy flat Earth.
But no, none of us are trying to get back on the globe. Can you stop doing that? How do you do that? How do you get the distance with the angle? Witsit?
As it drops 1 degree, it's 60 nautical miles.
There
it's
you
very
go.
Simple. You make a measurement angle.
No, you're not measuring it drop. So, no. You're not measuring it drop, Witsit. You're just measuring its position and angle and taking the time when you do it. Do you not know how this is?
Oh, yeah. So, Austin doesn't know how celestial navigation works, right? He only knows the angle to Polaris, right? And because a lot of the time, Oakley says things that would lead him to think that, and I don't think Austin listens all that often. But flat earthers usually just talk about Polaris. They're like, oh, it's 60 nautical miles per degree to Polaris. They don't know it's to any star, right? Between you and the GP of any star is 60 nautical miles per degree in angular elevation. That's the actual angle. That's the actual thing. Austin does not know this, and Oakley's about to explain the whole thing, and he's about to get it right. And none of it works for flat Earth.
You're not measuring
That's
it.
literally what I
I'll just
pointed
try and
out
repeat
was
myself.
that-
It's just every single time. I mean, maybe if I say, can you stop doing that?
Like maybe 30
Yeah, I'm still talking. He's still trying to segue. No, Witsit. I'm trying to get you to detail how it's practically applied. But you haven't done it yet.
Yes, I have actually.
No, you have not.
So I pointed out earlier that obviously we make periodic measurements, and then based on the amount of degrees that a certain star has changed, we then can get a distance. You then said no, we're constant.
So Witsit he thinks that celestial navigation is looking at the drop at different points in time to a star. Right? Like they're looking at it over time at different points in time and then looking at how much it changes. That's not how you do celestial navigation. I mean, you could potentially do that. That's not how it's actually done. And the diagrams that keep circulating on here are so funny because it doesn't help flat Earth. It's so weird.
Making it. I offered you a $5,000 bet. You got really quiet. Obviously, it's periodic. Now you're trying to point out to me that it's periodic, and you have to write the time down because then you go make a periodic.
That's not what he's saying.
Measurement, compare the time, compare the angle, and then say, okay, so how far we've gone. You're
Wrong.
not in any way
Totally
refuting
wrong.
anything I've said. This is just some weird little game you're playing. And what's the point of it, actually?
Witsit. Nobody's watching a star dropping towards the horizon at 1 degree for every 16 nautical miles. That is not how this function is done. You don't know how it's done. Do you?
Neither do you.
Well, okay, first of all, you absolutely can do it that way. And do you want to place a bet?
Do you want to place a bet? That's the third time, I think, that Witsit's offered this bet for money that he certainly doesn't have.
Distance to a GP with that method. Based on your description of watching a star drop to the horizon at a rate of 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, tell me how you find your position on a map with that. Go.
Whoa, notice how he moved the goalpost to finding my position and knowing the distance to ground position. Now, of course, that...
So it wasn't a change, moving the goalpost. This whole part started... I mean, I hate being on Oakley's side on this, but don't worry. He's destroying flat Earth in all of this. So I don't understand why he's doing it, but good job. It started with asking Witsit for a practical application of what you do with these angles to stars. And so it's no goalpost moving. The answer is you can do celestial navigation with it. Austin is making up some version of we constantly or regularly or periodically measure the angle of the star at different points in time and see how much it has changed. There maybe is something that you could do with that, but that's not what you do when you're doing celestial navigation.
What I said to know how long of a distance you've traveled. So that was pretty nice little sleight of hand. I guess it might work with other people, but not.
Okay, give us that then. Okay, give us that then. Give us that. Give us a distance travelled based on an angle to star dropping towards the horizon. How are you going to extrapolate out a distance with that? Go ahead, give us the maths.
I've said it 3 times. So if the star is measured to be displaced a degree, then it is interpreted as a certain distance, specifically 60 nautical miles.
Okay. Now we've got in the chat here, we've got Brian Leakey, who is trying to support Witsit, but Leakey, it's not going to go well for you here. So let's here we go. It's here's for you, Brian, and for Witsit, who doesn't understand this topic. So this is a top view. You're on a boat, okay? And the here's your boat. Right, you've got your sail here. And up there, you've got your poop deck. Right there. There's your boat on the water. Do. Right? And, you know, you got what should be on the sail there? Tell me in the comments what should I put on the sale. So now you've got you go and you do what Witsit just declared. You measure an angle to a star. So now this is a sideways picture of the boat. Imagine that the boat is vertical, right? And so here's a star, the GP of a star. And so you measure the angle. So again, remember, this is a top view, but you're measuring the upward angle to it, right? The vertical angle to it, right? So you measure this vertical angle and you get, it doesn't really matter, right? 35 degrees. Now you've moved an unknown distance in an unknown direction. You don't know if it's toward or away or sideways from that star. But I'm going to draw the boat again, and we're going to put it here, right? And the poop deck. Now, these angles are not going to be to scale, but now we measure this angle again, and the angle is now let's say 37 degrees. Okay, so now how far away? Oh yeah, a Viking. Good idea. All right, gotta be a Viking. Well, it's purple. I got the purple here. I'm not too good at let's see, hold on. There you go. The little like Viking swoosh thing on the Viking's helmet. So I don't know. No, that's not great. I'm sorry. Okay. So now Brian, how far? How far is the ship gone? You don't know the direction and you don't know the distance, right? But let's say you know the time. Okay. I don't know what that does for you, but you know the time, but you don't know the distance and you don't know the direction. What does that now give us? What does that give us, Brian Leakey? Right? I want to remind you what Brian said, right? First of all, I'll remind you what Austin said. He said you're measuring the drop or the change in vertical angle. And again, remember, the angle we're measuring is this angle right here. That's this 37 or 35, right? We're not measuring this angle. And what have we gotten from that particular angle? What? Why is BV getting? All right, BV. There you go. I don't know. You got blocked twice here for no good reason. So there you go. You got a mod now. Okay, Brian, I want to know, but Austin said you measure the difference in the angle and somehow you look at the time and you know it's 60 nautical miles per degree, but you don't know the direction you moved. All you know in this example is the change in the vertical angle and maybe the time it took. What's that give you? All right. And I'll remind us what Brian said. Brian Leakey said, you're acting like Austin was wrong for not saying cell nav when he was detailing it. He was not detailing cell nav. The process he described is nothing I'm familiar with in celestial navigation. And then he said, GHA in assumed position will line you up. Put an equilateral triangle on the sail. All right, Brian. What is this? What do we know now? What have we figured out now? Take your assumed position. Let's say you know your exact position for here. Your exact position. Right? And now you know the angle to the star is 35 degrees. And then some point later, you know the time. I don't know if it matters. You now know the angle is 37 degrees. What do you have? What did that give you, that difference? Have you moved 120 nautical miles? The answer is no. You have not moved 120 nautical miles. At least you don't know that, because that you only know that you moved 120 nautical miles if you were on this line here, right? So that angle was 35 here, and now it's 37 here. You're closer to it, right? So if it's, right, you've moved this way, right? So now you're here, right? If you're on this line, but you don't know the direction you're going. So what do we have from this? What do we have from this? Depends on the star. Brian, it does not depend on the star. It does not depend on the star, right? Because Austin isn't talking about knowing the GP of the star because you have a nautical almanac. Oakley is. These things falsify flat Earth. But Austin isn't talking about, he's just talking about the change in angle when you move. You don't know that you've moved 120 nautical miles because you don't know the direction. And all you know is that you are 120 nautical miles difference from the GP, of course, and the GP has moved since then of the star. Now, Austin probably only is thinking about Polaris, right? And assuming that Polaris's GP does not vary. It does by half a degree, or by a whole degree in the day, from 12 hours apart. Anyway, so what does that give us? It gives us nothing, Brian. You don't know because you don't know the angle.
You have some profound evidence that all of the almanacs and all of the literature is wrong. Please enlighten me. Okay, I'm not going to keep repeating it though.
And we will practice.
Austin doesn't know this topic even remotely. Brian, your guy doesn't know this. Oakley knows better, and just won't admit that it falsifies flat Earth, I guess.
Use that how? That was my initial question. How's this practically applied? So tell me how you'll now practically apply that information.
Well, I said how you could practically apply it.
The star is still going to go.
Don't give him any help. Let him dig his own hole. He clearly doesn't know how this is done.
Can you hear the sarcasm dripping from Oakley's voice?
It's obvious to me. He knows he's drowning. He knows he doesn't know how to explain it. He doesn't know how to explain how to put this into practical application. He keeps telling me he's already done it and telling me he's bet me $5,000.
Yeah, and you didn't take it.
Yeah, but he's away from the original claim.
You want to take it now?
The angle to the zenith line wouldn't change with altitude, because the zenith line is a vertical line, regardless if you are at surface level or on the top of a mountain or on an airplane. Your baseline to the zenith line, it's a 90-degree angle.
Okay, when did I say
flat Earth measurement? You're not talking about celestial.
I didn't hear the end of George's statement. I'm sorry. Witsit was doing to him what he was doing to me. Sorry, George, I didn't get to hear that. Witsit got triggered in the middle of it and decided to chant through you.
He's a straw man, anyway.
Well, I'll say it again. A zenith line from the star to the GP ground position, that zenith line is a vertical line. You need to have a horizontal line meeting that vertical line at 90 degrees, regardless if you're on the surface of the Earth or on the top of a mountain or even further up on a airplane or whatever. You need to have a horizontal line meeting that zenith line at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
It's not changing.
Yeah,
you said it was receding. So Witsit, you told us receding towards horizon at a rate comparable to miles in degree. No. What George has just explained to you in terms of what we actually do is we measure a position below it 90 degrees to your position. That's what we're actually doing. Nothing's moving towards the horizon at a rate here, Witsit. Quite the contrary. Not at all. In fact, we need to know. There's him chanting through me again when I hadn't finished my statement.
Yes, you did, Witsit. It's all recorded.
You want to bet $5,000?
Maybe you could turn it into a bet.
You guys pick my bet then.
Maybe a bit of overconfidence will make the audience think that you're really winning here. No, Witsit, we're exposing you, Witsit. You don't know how the stars work. You don't know what they're used for, how to practically apply them. You don't know anything about them. It's obvious.
You're just chanting.
So I just think that we're talking past each other.
All right. If you heard Neil's getting so worked up, it's hilarious. All right, let me. We'll take a break from that for a second. It's so funny. It's just hilarious. All right, Brian Leakey says he's going to explain it in a video. Oh, all right. Who done it? Yeah, I'm sorry. I used the word sarcasm for Oakley. That was not sarcasm. That was hubris dripping from Oakley's voice, or condescension. Maybe is even better. Yes. It was when he used the boy term over and over. Man, that server blew up on him. So Brenda had mentioned that this is in the politics Discord server, where it was potentially at. So anyway, I have double checked and I'm certain it was on the Earth Awakening server. Oh, okay. Well, we could probably, so it's you could go to YouTube or Rumble and look up 1486 of the Earth Awakening's live stream and see if that is March 18th. So, Brenda, if you wanted to do that, I'd love that. That'd be super helpful. Just so we know where it was, because I think it's I'm pretty sure that's where it was. Obviously, this isn't the Discord server where Oakley is has some say on it. So, all right, let me read a few super chats here. We got dihydrogen monoxide says, "Everyone go like Here Comes the Day's comment." Okay, where was I missed the context of that. That was a little bit ago. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review says, "I just emailed you a photo showing the rainbow ending underwater." Let me have a look here. Oh, that's funny. All right, I'll get that up on screen. Just a second here. Just a second here. Come on. Oh, you know what? While I'm thinking about it, my elbow's been bugging me, so I got a vertical mouse. Here's the vertical mouse. It's really weird, because your hand isn't like this; it's like this on it. So it's helped a lot. There's how you hold it. It's very weird, but it definitely works. So there's the rainbow, the end of the rainbow there. So just go over there, and then you're at the end of the rainbow. So all right, thank you for that. Indie Tiger Sci-Fi Review. Fairy Muff says, "Stop cheating, use crayons." I'll leave that to McFlatty. Facty says, "This takes me back to 5 pairs videos. Fivered pairs. 5 red pairs. 5 red pairs. Oh, is it my drawings?" Steve660 for $10 says, "Someone who isn't Oakley should order and sell and profit from 2-ounce packs of Oakley's honey roasted nuts. That way, whenever he says, 'eat my nuts,' he's promoting a Glober's profit." Oh, that's hilarious. All right. Carnivore Rex says, in response to everyone go like Here Comes the Day's comment, was a few messages above. Okay. There it is. PhD Tony for 10 Australian dollars says, "Did you just mock bald people? You racist. I have penalized you $1 million from the super chat." I was not mocking bald people. In the Ferengi look there, the Ferengi look isn't about Oakley being bald. I mean, the baldness of Oakley, after he shaved his head, the Ferengi-ness of his face definitely comes out more. And it wasn't until then that I noticed it. But I don't think it's directly having to do with his baldness. Other bald people don't elicit that similarity in me, at least, to Ferengi. Just Oakley. So PhD Tony, for example, you remind me of Patrick Stewart when I look at you. How's that? Mr. E-Man says, are there any derp poopery containers for sale? Asking for a friend. Oh, yeah. Tell your friend. Yeah, look at eBay. No, I don't know. I don't think so. Dihydrogen monoxide for £5 says, if anything, the angles of the stars not changing proves that the stars are extremely far away. Yes. No evidence for a firmament, that's for sure. And that's, of course, a problem for Oakley, who just gets out of it by saying, the heavens, the majesty of the heavens are a mystery. Why are they a mystery, you fake religious person? Oakley isn't a religious person. He just does it for show, for his money. We know that. It's very obvious. Right? Does anybody actually think that he is a religious person? Like he somehow is pious? Right?
Now I'd like to know how my balls taste.
Really? Is that the constant usage of that phrasing? No.
And then I'd like to know how my balls taste.
That is not the actions of somebody that is truly a religious person or cares about that topic at all. He's just pretending so that he can get out of the failure. Kango44 says, listening to Oakley and Witsit makes my eyes rain. It's a simple Jack voice. In a simple Jack voice. What's simple Jack? I'm missing what voice I'm supposed to be making it sound like. Obviously, I'm not up to date on that. Dihydrogen monoxide, when my stuff wasn't working, says, damn, we're suddenly an FTFE stream. OBS is currently messed up. So, I cannot edit scenes anymore. I don't know why. And like I said, I think the one change I made is that camera. So that camera is wirelessly connected to the computer, and it's a different connection to OBS than I've used before. Like my this one here. Right? This camera's on, you see? When OBS launches, this camera goes on. And but it's not high enough resolution like this one is. Oh, they're looking at each other now, but you can't see. So I tried this one. It works now. It'll work for this stream. I might not use it again in the future because I don't want it to hang like this. Simple Jack from Tropic Thunder. Okay, sorry. I don't think I can recall enough of the voice to do it. I haven't watched Tropic Thunder in a long time, so. Kango44 says, dumber versus psycho versus scammer versus pathological liar versus arsehole versus nutter versus loser. Gosh, acting like a woman with gay maths. My gosh. The insult that Witsit used against Daryl, that he's acting. He said that to like a woman. Like he said that to Daryl. Like that's where you're going with an insult. Saying that women that's an insult. Oh my gosh. Why? I feel for Kai. My goodness. Protothad says, I keep thinking we should create a Nathan Oakley drinking game for these things, but I worry about liver damage. Yep. Liver damage is real. Alcohol poisoning does happen if you were to have as much alcohol as would happen if you made a drinking game out of these things. Deadpool 2028 says that's one of the best explanations ever regarding geometry not working for flat Earth. Heart and then okay, hand symbol, and then so nice and simple, even a flurf could get it, but they won't. Well, thank you. PhD Tony for 10 Australian says change in tangent over normal angle, tangent divided by normal angle over distance is curvature. Change in celestial object elevation at 0.000157 radians per kilometer is curvature. Those are the units of curvature. Yes. And flatties don't understand enough math to even understand that when they ask, well, what's the formula for curvature? And they're asking, expecting the answer to be 8 inches per mile squared. That is not the formula for curvature. The formula for curvature is 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. The formula for horizontal drop or vertical drop from a horizontal tangent is 8 inches per mile squared. Right? They ask that and then they misapply it. Because that also, if you're going to take that to what you see, there's two problems that they're missing. That formula requires that your eyeball be half submerged in water, number one. Number two, it does not include the effects that the air have on the light passing between the object and you. You need to take that into account because it can vary the effects, vary what's observed. So yeah, thank you for that, PhD Tony. MK Ultra says coffee prepared a day ahead and in the fridge. Unsubscribing. I don't know why. I like it. I like cold coffee, like iced coffee. And I don't know why like cold press is the only way to brew cold served coffee. I can't, maybe, I don't know. I'm not foofy enough to be able to tell the difference between cold pressed coffee that's been, in the fridge steeping overnight and regularly hot brewed coffee that is then put into the fridge. I cannot tell the difference. Now, I've not done a side-by-side comparison. I suppose that would be necessary to be correct. But like to just say, oh, I like this or I don't like this. I like them both just fine. So I don't know. But I know he's MK Ultra is joking. But thank you for the super chat. CV McCullough says that's not fog, it's clouds at that elevation. You're correct. When I was talking about being on the top of the IDS tower, 775 feet above the ground, that is a cloud. So that's an interesting dilemma there. What is the difference between cloud and fog, right? Fog is cloud at ground level. Cloud is fog up in the air, right? They're the same thing in what they are. They're droplets of water in the air. Is it when because I called it fog because the IDS tower sits on the ground and I was just standing on top of the thing sitting on the ground, right? But it's a cloud. Or does it change from being a cloud to being fog if it goes all the way to the ground? If it's also the same effect at ground level and at 775 feet up, is it then fog? Right? It doesn't matter. But thank you for that, CV McCullough. Dihydrogen monoxide again says roughly 54 nano arc seconds difference if you measure on the surface versus 10 kilometers altitude, assuming you're measuring Proxima Centauri at 30 degrees altitude. Or latitude? I think latitude. Yes, not very much. 54 nanoseconds. Is this the globe where the stars are very distant, or is this under the assumption that Oakley and Witsit are making about the stars being at about 3,000 miles high. I don't know. Josh Garver for $10 says, I'm at band practice, just stopping in to celebrate my third. And that's his third super chat. Josh, what is your band? You know what? I was in a Discord server last night. It was late. It was not Geos. It was Gem Panda server. And Renee NME was there. And we actually had a nice conversation. We broke out into a different room because Jin CBR1, dude, he won't shut up. We switched to a different room. I tried to play through the audio, through Discord audio, my band's music. It's terrible. I'm not kidding. We are not serious. It wasn't like, oh, it's okay, I've heard bad music. No. We are intentionally bad. It's a joke. I will play a little bit for you at the end of this. You will not like it. I guarantee you will not like it. It is not good. But anyway, what is your band, Josh? It's probably better. It's definitely 100% guaranteed better than my band. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says, I always wondered what Nathan was like without the mute button. It made me more upset than I thought it would. Yes, he's begging the moderators to mute Witsit on his behalf. CV McCuller says, phrenology is science. We know that, right? Right? No, phrenology is not science. Phrenology is a study of the conformation of the skull as indicative of mental faculties and traits of character. In fact, that was in Back to the Future, wasn't it? He had the thing. Am I remembering that right? I think I am. I'm serious. You will not like. You won't. Here's what's happened before. I've experienced this. People they try to be like, they try to give grace about how bad my band is. Like, oh, it's not. It's okay. I've heard bad stuff before. It's not. It's not like that. You will not, after hearing it, you will not say, oh, yeah, don't feel bad. It was okay. You won't. I'm telling you. You won't. Anyway, get ready for some horrible music. It'll come.
First, not we.
Well, who's doing that, Eli? Because I'm clearly not.
Why you have to? You don't have to interrupt me, bro. I'm listening to the conversation. I waited for a chance to speak. I'm not saying that. Look, all I'm saying is, I think you're talking past each other. You were clearly talking about the 60 nautical miles per degree. So you're talking about the position change with respect to the horizon. Now, you did just say that's not what I'm talking about, but you did say that. And George and Nathan, from when I first came in, we're trying to talk about how there's no change in the angle to the star the higher up you go. And you keep talking about 60 nautical miles per degree, which would have to do with the change in relation to your distance towards the equator. So I feel
that's
like
y'all
are talking about two different things. I know, but he's saying, okay, so how is that practically applied then versus what he's saying?
I hear you, but right, but that's okay. So I never said that when you change altitude, your zenith's going to change. That's ridiculous, right? If I don't think I did, but if I said drops towards the horizon, then I misspoke, because obviously if you're traveling towards it, the star's going to come towards you. I don't think I said that, but I might have said it in relation to the horizon.
I'm not saying you said that. I'm not saying you said that. You guys are saying two different things, so you're responding to two different things. I'm pointing. It's not like you misspoke in saying what you just said. I'm just saying you're talking about one thing, he's talking about another thing. So let's just try to get it on to, like, pick what you guys are actually talking about. You could say, look, bro, I don't know where you're going. How about you tell me how it's practically used? That's also a possibility. Let me to have like an amicable conversation versus this weird. I mean, I hate this shit.
Yeah, but let's just, like, if anyone rewinds it and they hear me jump in, they're going to hear me be super soft-spoken and just say, I don't know that I would.
God, I can't handle this, man.
You can't handle truth.
I love how Neil is so triggered. That's the guy with that gravelly voice. He's so funny.
We trying to keep it on topic. Let's just forget about.
Fine, let's get it. Okay, I'll get back on topic. No worries. Okay, no worries, no worries. This is a flat Earth proof, right? We're talking about measuring along the base to the position below a star, and that's GP, so we can save our lives if we're lost. Now, in terms of
save our lives if we're lost. This is funny because when I had refracted curvature on, who's sitting there in the chat, this is after refracted curvature is on with Ruhif for a debate on celestial navigation, and I put it together as you are stranded at sea. The person who is the navigator has ceased being alive, and you have told people that you know how to do celestial navigation, and so now the ship has come to you to say, find our position. Our lives are relying on you. And if you can't figure out our position, we will get lost at sea, and everybody will be forever entombed in Davy Jones's locker. And refracted curvature could not do it. Ruhif did it quickly. Refracted curvature said after Ruhif, "Oh yeah, that's how I would do it too." Using the globe, he would do it. That's what Ruhif did. Anyway, so I don't know if Oakley took my idea there. Probably not. I don't know. Don't care. Doesn't matter. But that's the same thing I did, right? A flat earther on a ship, right? If they know how to actually do celestial navigation using the globe and its life and death, they would do celestial navigation using the globe instead of dying, therefore admitting that the earth is a globe. And that's what Oakley is doing right now.
Application of these stars, when we measure the stars, somebody's off mute. Gary Wabenga. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, because I'm making my conclusion.
Gary.
We use the Earth as a flat plane so that we can have ground positions on that plane be useful to find our position with the stars. The way it's done is you measure your angle to a star, and then you minus that angle from 90 and times it by 60. That will give you the distance in nautical miles to the GP, so that on a map you can draw a circle with that radial value. Now, if you do that twice, or potentially if you're still in the middle of...
Now, just for reference, that 60 nautical miles per degree only works on the globe. That 60 nautical miles has the radius of the Earth embedded in it. Okay, Brenda has identified the original live stream. It is on the Earth Awakenings server, which is the one that's owned by Geo. I was on there a couple weeks ago. Geo was very gracious and hosted me doing a debate on there. So that's why Oakley doesn't have mute privileges here. So I think on that type of a situation, you should not. So Dave Kircher says, "Thank Titicaca, it's Tuesday. Please tell me your lead rapper for your band." It's not rap. We call ourselves metal. And the song I will be playing is a death metal song. You will not like it. I'm not kidding. Josh Garver says, "We don't currently have a name for my band. We were previously the Red Snow Angels. Right now we're working on covering Wood by Opeth. That is a cover of Alice in Chains. I'm doing upright bass. Upright bass, like acoustic upright bass, wooden, made out of wood and is hollow and stuff. So what kind of music is it then? Like if you're covering Opeth and you have an upright bass, is it folksy or what? That's interesting. I like that. All right.
And have got nothing else to give you your fix 3 times, you can find your exact location. But the way to do it is to measure the angle to the star and mark the exact time. That's why seafarers carry a chronometer. That's why it was so critically important that they matched the time of day at port with a port-based time system.
This is correct. He's getting this correct. And all of this 100% relies on the Earth being a globe. 60 nautical miles per degree does not work for flat Earth. The difference in elevation, as I covered before, must be a non-linear relationship. It's an asymptotic relationship for a flat plane. It's an arctangent relationship if you're looking at the right portions of the triangle, right? For flat Earth, flat Earth would have to employ a triangle. On the globe, we don't do triangles for celestial navigation. We measure an angle, a single angle. We don't use a triangle. We don't know the lengths of the sides of that particular the lines. We don't know the length of the lines. We don't know, just measuring that angle, we don't know from where you are to the edge of the horizon, the distance. Now, if you know your elevation, you can get better. And if you have the refraction, you can even get better than that. And we don't but we don't use it in that particular measurement. And we also don't, well, dip correction does. And we don't employ the distance to the star, which you would need to if you're going to create a triangle. There's no triangle in it when it's actually done. When flat earthers imagine it, they imagine a triangle, but they can't solve the triangle because that would require knowing how high the star is, which they don't know. And if you use the known distance between you and the GP of the star and fill it in, you get different elevations of the star for different locations. It all falls apart. And so Oakley right now is destroying flat Earth by describing how this works. But do continue destroying flat Earth by correctly describing how celestial navigation actually functions.
So we have a system at Greenwich where they drop a great big bell that you can watch. It's like a giant globe-shaped sphere that they drop from a bell tower that takes 60 seconds to drop, so that from the sea you can watch it and time the exact moment that it reaches the bottom to synchronize your clock. So that when you take the angle and say mark and write down the exact time, you can look up the time in the almanac that star that you've just measured is above. So you know the exact position above the ground where that star is. Now
and that's right. You use the nautical almanac to get the GP of the star, and you need to know what time it is correctly. And it's all based on Greenwich. So whatever your local time zone is wouldn't matter. You'd use a chronometer, you'd synchronize it to Greenwich time because that's the time that the nautical almanacs all use. Now you could conceivably have a nautical almanac that uses a different time. And, if I don't know if in China they developed celestial navigation, that maybe they did. They certainly wouldn't have used Greenwich time when they developed it because when these things were being developed, there wasn't a lot of communication between China and England. So
angle measured at port or measured out at sea or measured in an aeroplane or measured in a hot air balloon is the same measurement at all elevations. This is the main point of the discussion.
So yeah, hot air balloon. Bring those measurements, but it's not high enough to make a difference, even for flat Earth.
Doesn't change as you raise up in height. If you were in a helicopter, for the sake of argument, and the helicopter could fly this high, and it was 50,000 feet above you, that is to say, the helicopter is at your zenith. There's somebody hot micing right in the middle of my bloody example.
Cry about it.
The helicopter's directly above your zenith position, so you're below the helicopter on the ground, holding a sextant, and the helicopter is above you. 50,000 feet in the air with a sextant, and you both measure the same star. You will both get the same angle measurement.
Okay, so for reference, 50,000 feet is a rather high elevation for an airplane or a balloon, but within the realm of possibility, and which is just about 10 miles in elevation. It's 9.5 miles. Let's round up to 10. And so the math that I asked, I didn't do it myself, but assuming flat Earth and assuming a 3,000 mile high star, the variation in the angle is very, very small. So,
of course. So I did not, nor do I, disagree with any of that. Okay.
Why the hell would you?
Exactly. So why are you saying it as if it's a rebuttal to me? I simply jumped in.
Well, is that rhetorical, or do I get to answer? Because when I asserted that the stars... 3 words. Because when I asserted... Second attempt. When I attempted to tell you for the 3rd time that the stars do not obey our geometry, you told me about linear relationships. You told me about... What's the other one you said? Something about their physicality. That if we knew their distance, it would not be unreasonable to assert that they would change in angle. That's what you said. They don't change in angle. And the fact that they don't change in angle, in spite of your protestations and retardation suggestions, that if we knew distance, we...
Remember, Oakley was whining that Witsit was calling him names.
Which we don't, I already covered it. Then it would be reasonable to suggest that they would change in angle. No, an entire navigation principle is based on the fact that they don't, Witsit. That's why I'm having to go through it, because you bloody challenged it.
Okay, so what I actually said was we wouldn't be able to make any claims of exclusivity about the fact that they defy geometry, okay? And I brought up one point, which I thought this is what flat earthers typically run from, including your entire panel, which is the whole relationship with degrees and distance. Even that, being a supposed linear relationship, is in no way a threat to flat earth. That was my point. That's a geometry thing. And then when it comes to them not changing at smaller elevations, cool, they're really far away. I mean, even if they're not millions of light years away, they could just be 1,000 miles away. That's pretty far away. I don't know how.
That's pretty far away. There's Witsit really not having a grasp of geometry, right? 1,000 miles is really far away to him in reference to celestial navigation. But it's not really. It's relatively close when you're talking about the types of things that we're doing, because the GP of a star certainly can be more than 1,000 miles away in reality, and on Narnia land.
Where they are, none of us do. Not the point. The point is that we don't know. We don't know how far away they are. We cannot claim to know that they defy geometry.
Yeah. So the first, this is great. He first said we can't claim to know how far away they are. Well, if you could do geometry to them, you could absolutely answer that question. And then he says we can't claim that they defy geometry. Well, your entire position of not knowing how far away they are relies on geometry not working.
Which is just like he said.
Keeps doing it.
He said,
keeps doing it.
Holy shit, that's the point!
Stop swearing, Neil.
Hold on.
Stop swearing, Neil. Oh, Oakley, suddenly people aren't allowed to swear. Oh, wait. Only Oakley is allowed to swear on Oakley's show. Only Oakley is allowed to call people names. Nobody else is, right? Only Oakley is the one that's allowed to act like in the naughty ways. Everybody else must not act the way Oakley does on Oakley's show. Only Oakley can.
So you've just done. Hello. Yeah, it's okay. I'm the one who's taking him through it. Yeah,
but he wasn't done. You need to wait to finish.
Done defying me for the 7th time.
Contention. It was a very calm, input to the conversation, which was intended to be fruitful and productive. Which is, we don't really know what the stars are, how far away they are. We don't know what happens when you get really, really high. We don't really know. All we have is limited data based on measurements relatively close to the ground in the grand scheme of things, and they don't appear to change to any noticeable degree when we change in altitude. That's cool, but I don't know what happens if I was to go 400,000 or 500,000 feet in the air. I don't care what people assume.
Argument from ignorance.
No, you're making a claim based on something that can't be verified.
It's celestial.
So is Witsit. They both are. It's so funny.
Navigation.
Nathan, say it again, Nathan.
No, what, for the 8th time? So one that.
Well, no, don't say it for the 8th time. Can I look? The reason.
Hey, Shifty's a flat earther in the comments here, right? Says, we don't know, I'm cool with not knowing. That's fine, but then don't make any claims though. Because as soon as you say it's flat, then there are consequences to that model that you just declared. Right? There are specific consequences to it. You don't get to declare ignorance anymore because celestial navigation works. Right? If it didn't work, then you could you could say things that right, but it does. That's the thing that you don't get away from right here. This fails for flat Earth. It completely fails. Since this fails for flat Earth, then it falsifies flat Earth. Because this angle here, right? All these things have implications. There's consequences here that you don't get to run away from. This is your claim. Therefore, these things not working falsifies your claim.
Here's the problem. You responded with a red herring, Witsit. Because what we do know, it's not about what we don't know. What we do know is that as high as we can go, and as high as it's been recorded, we rely on the fact that from a horizontal plane of reference, the stars are going to be at the same exact angle. You don't deny that. You're like, duh, we all know that. Great. So that specifically is why Nathan is saying, well, unlike things terrestrially, the stars don't behave that way. And when terrestrially, if you go high up, the angle to something terrestrially would change. That's not how the stars work. So that's what he's talking about. And you're refuting what he's saying with a red herring.
No, it wasn't a red herring. Hold on, Witsit, real quick. Let me post something though, real quick. Let's say you're on the ground, you're at sea level.
All these people, it's. I mean, I don't know, and I don't feel for Witsit here, but all these people are coming after him, asking him things that he now wants to respond to, and then somebody else jumps in. Right? That's the whole problem with more than a 1v1. Right? 2v2 if it's moderated, okay, maybe. But this dogpile stuff, doesn't matter who it is. I don't like it when it's a bunch of globers and a single or a small number of flat earthers. That's no good either. I don't like the dogpiles at all. One topic, another topic, and now Witsit gets one instance to respond, but he can't address all three.
And at the top of a mountain, it's miles high, right? And then you move your theodolite up 1/10 of a millimeter. Are you going to notice an angle change? Does anyone know the answer to that question?
It's obvious. If you have enough resolution, it's possible, but of course that's way outside the resolution of a theodolite.
Honestly, no.
Yes.
Yes, you'll do.
Oh my God.
Witsit says no. Everyone else says yes. What the hell?
Can I add something here that's the most important point?
No, oh my gosh, this is Brian's logic. Few people dumber than him. Wow.
According to the globe, right, when it comes to, let's just say, Polaris.
He's probably going to be wrong in this according to the globe here.
Right. When you go south, when you're north of the equator and you go due south, Polaris appears to drop in the sky. When you go due north, Polaris appears to rise in the sky.
Oh, well, you got that right.
And they claim it's because Earth curve is either getting in your way or getting out of your way.
No. Nothing getting in your way or getting out of your way would be about blocking. But when you're not at the equator, the elevation angle of Polaris isn't being blocked or not blocked. It's the relationship between you and the horizon, or your zenith straight up, and the angle to horizon, to Polaris. Because you have changed your angle, right? You move or you move 60 nautical miles. Your zenith now changed by 1 degree, and Polaris angle between zenith and you, the angle between Polaris and zenith changes by 1 degree because your up changed by 1 degree.
Now, if I'm at 45 degrees north latitude, I'll have a 45 degree angle. And the bowlers claim that it's because I have a 45 degrees being blocked by Earth curve.
Not blocked by Earth curve. What the hell?
But if I'm in if there's someone that's in an airplane 6 miles above me, they also get 45 degrees.
Yeah.
So where is Earth curve? Blocking
Oh my gosh, he's so dumb.
I agree.
Sorry, blocking their view. That's the most important thing. We're arguing about something that we can't prove. You know what I mean?
Brother, I agree with you. I agreed with the whole argument that Nathan had laid out. I almost jumped in with the people that were being semantic because it's obviously deviation from the horizontal baseline is a red herring. What I said wasn't, though, because someone said this made a definitive claim that the stars defy our understanding of geometry, and that is not something that we can say.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that.
He literally did.
He said they don't obey our geometry.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, that's a true statement. They don't.
Okay, so.
Oh, I love how Neil is so triggered. They don't. And the reason why they don't is because it's not flat. This is this whole argument, this whole conversation between these idiots is they're all agreeing that the geometry doesn't work for flat Earth. And instead of following the logic and saying, oh, well, I guess it's not flat, we just falsified flat Earth, they're all reifying flat Earth by making the model concrete and requiring the model to be reality when it can't be. It's been falsified. This whole thing.
Say that they defy it.
Yeah, it's because they don't
obey it.
That's because they don't obey it.
Okay,
Thank you,
but
Nathan,
do you understand? Does everyone
flat
agree that if something was far enough away and the amount of distance you changed in relation to it was small enough?
Here we go, round and round and round we go.
Like,
they don't
why is it that you have to shut off
Witsit. Regardless of your red herring, regardless of the red herring we've dealt with.
It's not a red herring.
Do you mind? Regardless of the red herring we have dealt with multiple times, yeah? The stars do not do that. Coming up with a hypothetical example where we do know the distance, and it's very far, like you've exampled about 6 times, is an argument from ignorance. We aren't going to a point where they do change, and every height we can go to, they don't change. So your argument's silly. Can you stop making it repeatedly, please?
Dude, you literally interrupted me, and then you said, "May I?" Like,
oh, look at this. TB says it always ends in Witsit claiming victim, while Oakley is constantly claiming victim. Oh, it's so funny. Oh.
On Witsit,
delusional, dude.
The angle is the same with it. Nothing to do with distance. It's
I
the angle.
agree that on a small scale, close to the surface.
Oh my gosh, the slow talk. They both go into the slow talk condescension. Oh my gosh. Ace Fox says, how is it possible that all these experts on fallacies don't recognize that they are all completely wrapped up in a special pleading fallacy with geometry and stars? Yeah, that's even more to the point, I think, than the reification fallacy, right? Geometry works everywhere the same. Oh, but stars don't work? The geometry suddenly stops working to stars? Why? Special pleading. There's no reason why they would not work. Oh, the majesty of the heavens. Okay, a religious position about physical reality? No, that's just an escape mechanism. Also called special pleading.
of the Earth, there's no detectable change
Witsit!
that can be
Why
measured.
can't you just accept the fact that you're wrong?
Then you
What is
guys
it with
let
you?
Witsit
You
do
got that
Neo.
much pride that
Come
you
on.
can't just say, you know what?
Listen,
You're right.
Listen, control
They
Neo.
don't
I don't
obey our
want to ever meet
geometry.
you.
It's because
No,
everybody. Okay, let me just appeal to SE for a second. Everyone else except SE for just a second. The problem, SE, is that he's never conceding. Right? He's got it wrong multiple times. He never accepts that he's got anything wrong, but he will reassert that if we know the very far distance, then it's not reasonable to say that they don't obey our geometry. He said that about 9 times now. Now, that means that he's in no way acknowledging the facts that are on the table when those facts form a principle of navigation that would fall apart at the seams if what he postulates about them changing with height, because if they're very far and we know they are, we don't. This pie-in-the-sky speculation is getting irritating. That is why Neil's yammering through the top of him.
No, it's not a straw man.
Yes,
First
it
of
is.
all,
But you
it's
won't
what I
let me
wanted to
talk,
talk
though.
about the.
Just let him talk, guys, regardless of what you think.
Irregardless. And this new character that's showed up here is SE, or SE Montreal. He lives, I believe, in Montreal. They typically just call him SE. And he's got a Montrealian accent and plenty of condescension to be coming from him.
Just let him get his sentence out, and then you can say...
before Witsit, though. I jumped in before Witsit because I wanted to jump in
I had
before
literally
Nathan.
been interrupted.
But I
for the
wanted to
fifth
jump
time
in
in a
before
row.
Neil even. Before Neil even. So
Okay, say your piece
I
and
was
then
just,
let
I was just
Witsit
gonna,
speak.
I will.
Love this. Lumpy gas in a vacuum says all the morons always claim victimhood. You mean like Oakley has constantly claimed in this interchange too?
I will. I promise. All I wanted to point out was that it was an unnecessary addition that he would say that he would even imply a vague distance. Like there is no distance. It's just ambiguous. We're just talking about due to the relative short distance on the Earth versus the stars, like we can make this argument that they're really far away, so it could be that it's not going to change it to a degree that we would see because we're not getting far enough. However, it obeys other geometric laws or whatever the case is. But again, that you can't justify that. That's a red herring.
This is Elijah Freeman talking. Brenda, unless Elijah is also Chocolate Saiyan, maybe he is. I don't know. This on screen says it's Elijah.
From what Nathan was talking about, and number two, it's just what I wanted to talk about before I came onto the show, which is a Mott and Bailey fallacy, in which you agree to the things that we do know or can describe based on what we see, and we're going to argue for a premise that we can't actually prove. And it's like, there is no distance. Right. There's no reason to say, it could be.
Why would there not be a distance? There would be.
So high that you wouldn't see a relative change. However, my argument is still the same. That's
the irony. That picture there, Veritasium is so much smarter than all of these people together, and they would dare do that. What a bunch of idiots.
There's fallacy on top of fallacy, bro.
It literally is no fallacy. So this was a bunch of straw
Well
mans.
done, Eli.
Okay.
Hold on. Acknowledge that. That was well done, Eli. And that's exactly what he's doing. And I'm tired of it.
I'm not saying...
sentence, guys. Please. Come on.
My only point was, because we don't know the distance, we can make no definitive geometric claims.
But we do know the distance across the surface of the Earth. If you didn't know that, celestial navigation wouldn't work. And presuming flat Earth, then you can solve that triangle and you must know the elevation of the star.
Within the articulated If it's,
I'm leaving this shit.
Yeah, it's just going to repeat the textbook argument from ignorance fallacy, because we can't travel into a sky vacuum. We can't say the sky vacuum's not real. Yeah, we can. It's an argument from ignorance fallacy
we
that
can
is used
obviously
repeatedly.
make claims within.
Now you'll notice Neil is no longer on the panel. And I don't know why he's no longer on the panel. Did Oakley boot him off the panel? I mean, I absolutely love Neil on here. This is hilarious how he's... All right, I'm going to back it up to where he was. Right there. All right, he's on here, right? You see he's on the panel right here. And then there's a message that came up. I'm going to see if the message is the result of Oakley booting him from the panel.
Yeah, it's just going to repeat the textbook argument.
Okay, it says Neil. It's hard to see because it's right underneath the thing, but it says Neil Consento has left the meeting. So Neil was so upset that he left. That's too bad. Anyway, the poll, people, you were complaining about the poll. I intentionally made it a difficult poll. Who is winning the debate? Oakley, Witsit, or Neil? Neil is winning. That's the correct answer. It's so funny. Whodunit says, I heard Neil say he's leaving. Okay. That's too bad. He was the best. He won.
Silent. Argument from ignorance fallacy. Because we can't travel into a sky vacuum. We can't say the sky vacuum's not real. Yeah, we can. It's an argument from ignorance fallacy
We
that
can
is used
obviously
repeatedly.
make claims within an articulation of the data that we have access to, right? That's cool. That's cool. Whatever. No one's disputing that. You're making definitive claims about what the stars do or do not do, and then you're trying to flip it on me like I'm the one doing that. No, I'm not claiming they do or do not obey.
Oh my gosh, this is long time before the final experiment. And Witsit, who just last week has been called a shill because he's considering going on the final experiment. But here we got Robert MB Realist says, you see this? Witsit denies being a shill. Bollocks, it's as obvious as my huge cock hanging. Oh my gosh, so much. Like, everybody they don't like is a shill, right? They think he's a shill, like paid by the nameless, faceless they to make flat earthers look bad. That's what they're saying. They're accusing Witsit of being that person. That he's... Like, no. Nobody needs help making you idiots look like idiots. You're all idiots. There's no Witsit. Oh my gosh.
That's because I know if they're far enough away, in theory, you wouldn't really see a detectable change in the angle as you increase to the height of a plane. Okay? And if you want to deny that, you deny basic geometry. And so you can agree or disagree. It was just a point. And I also tried to make it very fruitful and productive to also bring up just the fact that we see the
Can I address that point?
At a certain rate.
So just going to scattergun. No, it's...
Yeah, he's going to do what you did. But, interrupt him. Go ahead.
Called an argument from ignorance fallacy, based on the fact that I have actually looked at what they do and understand how they work and how they've saved lives at sea. I can unequivocally declare that they don't obey our geometric principles.
If you appeal to not appeal, it's special pleading. If you apply the special pleading, right? They don't apply. They don't work to your geometry. Special pleading flat Earth, but it totally works to the geometry of the globe. That's what's just absolutely all of these fallacy experts miss that. All right. Josh Garver there did $20 super chat, said, I feel bad making super chats off topic, especially for my third super chat. These people are absolutely horrible at mathematics. Indeed. It's so bad. Well, not complete. I'll say not completely, because some of them, like Oakley right now, has correctly identified that the geometry, the math, does not work for flat Earth. And instead of following the evidence, he special pleads. So he knows that it does not work. This is this is the glorious part of this, that this is all destruction of flat Earth. Both sides, both Oakley and Witsit, are destroying flat Earth in this, because both of them do agree that that none of this works for flat Earth. Matto 3311 says upright base rocks. Check out Necromantics. Here you go. Check out Necromantics for a rocking upright base. I saw the world's largest upright base in the music museum in the musical instrument museum in Phoenix. The same one that what's his name? The bass player. Oh, I'm missing it. Help me out, people. Why am I missing it? He's got numbers in his 504. 504 in his name. I'm sorry. He went to the same museum and played it. It's not Kango. Davey 504. Yep. I went there. I walked into the room. I'm like, this is where Davey was. I had forgotten that it was at that particular museum until I walked into the room. I'm like, I saw him playing this bass. Yeah. It's a giant bass. It's ridiculously huge. Okay, CV McCullough says Bipolar Bears is a good name for your band, Double. There you go. Josh Garver then in response to that shortly after says my upright bass has pickups so I can use effects as well. I am definitely the wink link in this project. Weak link. I do very much enjoy a bass guitar or an upright bass with effects. Yes, I am a fan of progressive metal, Dream Theater. Shadow Gallery. I like Shadow Gallery. Queensryche, of course, the Operation Mindcrime. Shadow. Seriously, if you like progressive and you have not listened to Shadow Gallery, shame on you. OSI, of course, Operation of Strategic Influence. They probably get the most playtime. Them and Dream Theater. So, CV McCullough says the stars move, but not as much as we do. Relative. No, some move more than us and some move less than us, and it's all relative though. Yes, we talk about the proper motion of stars, but of course that's only in relation to us. There is no absolute space, no absolute coordinate system, even though the anti-relativists want to declare that there is. Whatever. Stephen McCullough says Oakley didn't just use Dr. Cox for an avatar, right? Avatar? Well, no, his avatar is him, like from years ago before he turned into the monster that he is now. But he does have rotating pictures up on screen there. And they're all, I think they're illustrations from previous videos. Like right now he has a planar walk up there with the Graviton, the ride from like the state fair or community fair, whatever. Is that what you're talking about? And then Keiko44 says, here's a joke. See you next Tuesdays. Walk into a bar, Witsit and Oakley. Right there. I missed the rest of that joke though. Noah Shaw, favorite band. Well, jeez. Favorite band. I'll give you a few of my favorite bands. I really like Deliverance, speed metal, especially the first few albums. Also Assimilation, great album from around 2000. I like the band Tourniquet. Again, Microscopic View of a Telescopic Realm is my favorite album from them around the year 2000. But Psychosurgery and Pathogenic Ocular Dissonance are great. I like Megadeth a lot. Rust in Peace and The System Has Failed are two of my favorites. Metallica's great. I really like Master of Puppets, and I do like the Black Album. let the controversy flow for that. Dream Theater, Shadow Gallery, Operation of Strategic Influence are for metal, for progressive metal. Queensryche, Mindcrime, and Empire are my favorite for them. Queensryche-esque would be Sacred Warrior, if you like. Not their first album, their second and third are particularly good. Let's see, Theocracy for kind of progressive and a little bit of speedish metal. All of their albums are great. You've noticed this is all metal. Yes, definitely a lot of metal. I have not listened to Anger Fist. The Queensryche song "The Chase" with Ronnie James Dio is a good one, probably pretty obscure to many people. Yeah, I don't recognize that. Van Canto I don't recognize. So I tell you the truth, I listen to a lot less music now. If I'm coding and I'm in code, then I'll listen to stuff. Typically I'll listen to things I've listened to a lot before because it's a little less distracting. If I really need to focus, I'll listen to disco, ABBA, or like Boston, like the first few albums from Boston, I'll listen to. Not the very first. If I need to focus, otherwise just regular stuff, I'll listen to a mix of coding. But more now, I listen to Flat Earth content. A lot of what I listen to when I'm writing code is Flat Earth videos. It depends how challenging it is that I'm working on it, and I'll switch it out. And I do like, industrial. I like industrial, especially like Circle of Dust, Brainchild, Clank, Cell Dweller, Argyle Park, Under Midnight, Generation. Those are kind of older ones. Under Midnight is great. Brainchild, the Brainchild albums from Circle of Dust, that one is great. So James B says I do the same thing with coding, except it's anything by James Laville, Uncle for listening to. I'm almost pure metal, old school thrash, and stuff like Arch Enemy / Ghost. There you go. Ashton Richards, I've noticed you haven't mentioned Obituary or Death. Correct. I couldn't name a single song. I haven't listened to them very much. Sepultura, I've listened to a little more, but I still couldn't name a song by them. If I'm going to listen to death metal, it's going to be, you're not going to know these names. It's going to be Mortification, Believer, Paramecium, they're Doom, though not death metal. Yeah. Crimson Thorn, I only watch them live. Crimson Moonlight, same thing, only live. So, all right. Zoomy says, homework, listen to Van Canto Battery. All right. Can you send me a DM on that so that I don't forget it? There you go. Cell Dweller has some good ones. Yeah. If you like some of the like the 80s techno-y stuff, Cell Dweller has a side project called Scandroid. It's really cool. Very cool stuff. All right, so I got a one from PhD Tony says, I am totally a fan of metal style noise pollution. Queen Brill says, I saw Queensryche twice on the Operation Mindcrime tour. They opened for Metallica, and I went to the Toronto and Hamilton shows. That's cool. I would have loved to have seen them back then. I saw Queensryche. I've seen them twice myself. I saw them once at they opened for a Judas Priest, and they didn't do it wasn't, I didn't love that show. They did a little more of a Empire kind of thing. And then I did see them when they toured for Mindcrime 2, where they played the entire Mindcrime 1 and 2 back to back. Loved that. That was up at the Myth. To go up to the Myth in north of the Minneapolis area. Rick says, is the flat earth community collapsing into a globe? It is. It is collapsing. It's wonderful to watch. And that is, if you study the history of science and scientific revolutions, the fact that that things don't work and that there's a lot of disagreement is one of the signs of something failing. Of course, this all happened millennia ago that it all failed. But so anyway, all right. Lori Lethiaho. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing that right. It says you got to check out Heavisaurus. Heavisaurus? I don't know. All right. Josh Garver says, my favorite band is the Melvins, but if you like industrial metal, one of my really good friends is a vocalist you would know. Who? Is a vocalist you would know. Okay. Is there a riddle in there? I like riddles, but I might not have a solution to it. You might have to tell me. So, all right. I'll tell you, we're getting toward the end of this particular interaction here. So we'll wrap it up a little bit here.
Don't. Now, you might say, I'm quite happy to say I don't know whether or not they could be shown to be able to defy them or not. Yeah, well, that's because you don't know Witsit. That's what I've been trying to point out this entire show, that you don't know. And I do. And I'm telling you that they don't obey our principles of geometry. It's that simple.
Extrapolation fallacy.
They would still...
Extrapolation fallacy. These experts on fallacies, they just can't not yell out different fallacies randomly.
Obey geometric principles.
Also,
if they're super
you invented
far
a distance
away.
the gas would fill. Okay.
That's a fact. What I just said is a
This
fact.
far away distance would gas fill it. This far away distance would gas fill it.
I'm not claiming what's in space or with the stars. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, do you claim ether?
You claimed a distance. You claimed a distance.
You guys don't want to debate me about
So
ether.
would
Let's be
gas
real.
fill this distance?
I don't know what's between us and the stars. I just answered that.
But if it's a vast distance, then gas would be filling it and we'd be dead, wouldn't we?
No. They do love misapplying the second law of thermodynamics. Right? And that's what they're getting at here, right? And it's all coded language amongst themselves. And you probably understand it, but I'll make it clear in case you don't. Would it fill the distance? Would air fill the distance between them? Because they claim that air must equally distribute, right? They claim that it does. It doesn't, but they claim that it does equally distribute. And you can test it yourself if you have a newish cell phone. They have barometers built in. Install the barometer app, and in the elevation change of just a couple feet, there's a pressure differential. And that's all that we claim. The pressure differential from here to here exists. This is a vacuum in relation to this elevation. It's lower pressure. There is no place where there's a perfect vacuum. There is only a relative vacuum. So you go up to 100,000 feet and the pressure differential just keeps lowering, right? As you see, getting lower pressure, and there's no physical barriers between them. So the air did not fill that available space between here and 100,000 feet. And it's easy to see because flat earthers have sent up balloons with barometers in them. Flat earthers have themselves. Dwayne Kellum did. And the pressure up, I don't know exactly where it hits 1% of the pressure here, but at 120,000 feet, it's less than 1% of what it is here. So what then? It goes to almost nothing there, especially compared to here, and then it continues to reduce in pressure. It did not equally fill the space. They don't deny this. But then somehow they're like, oh, but in space, how come it didn't fill the available pressure? For the same reason that it didn't fill the available pressure between here and 120,000 miles. So that's what they're talking about in this coded language.
What? What if the stars are outside of containment?
Hold on, before we move on, Witsit does have a valid point.
What?
If you're making a theodolite measurement to the top of a mountain that's miles high, and you move your theodolite up 1/10 of a millimeter, I don't think you'd be able to detect any angular change. Now, maybe you would. Maybe if the mountain was a few miles higher, you wouldn't. I'm just saying the point's valid. To know that geometry doesn't apply to them is kind of.
Right, Jeremy, you saying I don't think you might or might not be able to. If you raise in altitude to a mountain, there is a change. That's a fact.
Yeah, but 1/10 of a millimeter.
Yeah, that's a change.
Oh my gosh, they're talking. This is so funny. They're talking about angular changes, and Jeremy, whoever he is, said 1/10 of a millimeter. They're talking about angles, and he's giving a linear unit. Middle schoolers understand units. These people don't.
That's a change, isn't it?
I know, but
yes, that's a change.
Yeah,
would you be able to measure it?
Yes.
Would you now measure a different angle to the top of the mountain?
Yes, it would change slightly.
My point is, there's obviously some point that it would fall below your ability to measure it. Can everyone in the room just acknowledge that basic principle of logic?
Dark minutes, dark seconds.
I mean, it's just so simple.
Yeah, I don't know about the relationship.
I can easily accept that. Yeah, I can accept that if you're changing in height, that you'll get a change in angle to a mountain. Yeah, I can say that that's a perfectly acceptable statement. The stars don't do that, though.
No, what I said is, can we all agree that we have instruments that they measure to a specific sensitivity, right? And if the change fell below that sensitivity, you wouldn't be able to measure a difference, even though it did technically change.
So is that by your standard to suggest that the stars might then change?
Wait, why are you not answering my question?
I'm asking if the inference to your question is to suggest that the stars would ever change in angle when raising in altitude.
Oh, we're not inferring anything. We have to go
I am.
step by step clear.
No, I am.
So
I'm not inferring. I'm telling you a fact.
So you're avoiding it in bad faith, is what?
No, I'm telling you a fact that the angle not changing, the fact that the stars do not obey principles of geometry and angles.
This is what's crazy. The Oakley is talking about the principles of geometry that don't work, being that when you change in elevation, the elevation of the star doesn't change. But for flat Earth and the globe, the change would be so small that you basically could not measure it. So it's not failing to match the principles of geometry in this particular site, measurement that he's talking about. What it doesn't work for geometry, which Witsit has tried to talk about, is moving your position across the ground. But Oakley doesn't want to talk about that failure of geometry for some reason. He's talking about this other one that doesn't even matter because there are no examples of measurements that are precise enough to identify whether or not it did or did not work.
Measuring things and changing in height means that you can get the world to be perfectly flat and have an almanac that works everywhere at all altitudes because of the majesty of the heavens and the fact that they don't change in angle when raising in altitude. The very same thing I stated originally. I had then 9 repetitions from you, Witsit, of an argument from ignorance fallacy.
It's literally not. See if anyone in the room can be honest, right? So our instruments have a certain level of sensitivity that we can measure, right? And if the change to whatever we're measuring an angle to is below that sensitivity, we're not going to be able to know it changed, even though technically, in actuality, it did change.
Good job on this one, Witsit.
Not making any claims other than I am pushing back against your positive definitive claim. If you add the caveat of based on anything that we can do on the Earth, as high as we can go and measure, it doesn't change, that's cool. But to make this like broad...
I did.
After I jumped in to correct the other guy's statement, which was objectively wrong.
Okay, well, let's get to the nitty-gritty of how this is actually applied. So we're going to test Witsit's understanding of how this is practically useful. What we're going to do with these angle measurements, how we're going to transpose our knowledge of 1 degree for every 1 degree giving us 60 nautical miles. How
Didn't he already did this. He already did this. And it I don't know why he's doing it again. It doesn't work for flat Earth. It falsifies flat Earth, but go ahead.
Further that into a practical use when at sea.
Why are you moving the goalpost?
I want to know how much you understand about how useful stars are, because you have a very specific sky pedal, a grift with ether, and that's directly connected to the stuff in the sky. That's the stars. Now, when we're talking about the stars and the sky and ether, I want the audience to know that there are practical applications for what we can do with the stuff in the sky. Beyond peddling religious rhetoric about what we think it might be useful for in the future, free energy and such like, it does actually have practical uses. So I'm testing to see if you already know how useful it actually is, by seeing if you know how to practically apply what we do with the angle measurements to those stars, how we'd use them.
You are moving the goalpost because you just got proven
asking
wrong.
if you know or not.
Move on.
Just asking if you know.
I don't care to move on.
I'm asking if you know.
This is Witsit crying because he was asked to apply math.
But
we can move on. If you just say, I don't know how to use them.
You're diverting away from the point you're supposed to be conceding.
I'm not supposed to be conceding anything. I'm asking you if you know how to use the stars or not.
I have a general knowledge of it, right?
Everyone else, shut up.
All you did was respond with 2 fallacies, and you're like, therefore, your claim is wrong, Nathan. When clearly, like, no, in reality, what we do know is that no matter what altitude you are, there's no change. We're only working with that bit of information, not more information that we aren't informed about. So your argument was an argument from ignorance. And you're saying, no, you have to accept that because of this possibility and this other digression, using a theodolite with a mountain, like if you changed it ever so slightly, would you be like, just to validate your argument from ignorance fallacy is ridiculous. So then say, well, now let's not move on. Let's just let you see.
No, we are moving on.
This fallacy, this fallacy, this fallacy.
But let me just deal with Eli. Eli, we are now moving on. Now, hello, I'm trying to talk to Eli. We are now moving on, Eli. Now we're moving on. Now we've established that the angle's not going to change regardless of the red herring fallacy that was the argument from ignorance in respect to what mountains will do. We've firmly established, and everybody in the audience understands, that this principle used in navigation is that they do not change. They do not obey these laws that we understand when dealing with things like mountains, regardless of his protestations. Now that we understand that, and we've had to pull him through the hedge backwards so he understands it, and we can accept that fact, we're going to know with that understanding that they're not going to change in angle. It's not retarded to say that they don't obey our laws of geometry. Yeah. Now we're going to ask him, what do we do now? How can we use this knowledge that we've got? How are we going to practically apply it? Let's see how much sky knowledge that's practically useful Witsit's got.
Okay, I'm actually going to first school Eli on the argument from ignorance fallacy. That's when you make a claim.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to school you on how to use fallacies.
That something is true or false based on a lack of evidence. I did not make a claim. I said,
like the height.
I think
like the height we don't have, like that sort of argument. Like that sort of argument from ignorance fallacy, like the height that's very far that we don't know. That doesn't sound like a textbook argument from an ignorance fallacy to you, Witsit, because it absolutely, I assure you, is.
I said I don't know the distance to the stars. You guys are getting this so funny. I didn't make a claim if anything was true or false. I actually made the point that we can't make claims like that about the stars, because you guys are claiming to know that the stars do or do not obey certain laws of geometry.
Because we do know it, you stupid man. Now shut up. I'm sick of hearing him going around in circles with his demeaning, derogatory voice that's insulting. Yeah?
Oh my gosh. How many times has Oakley done that exact same thing?
Trying to talk to me like I'm retarded, with a retarded voice on? None of the moderators are going to call him out for it. Shout out to Uncle Ben for the super chat.
Moderators! Moderators!
Nathan, are you serious?
While he puts on a little voice. Sorry, are any of you moderators going to stop him putting on a little voice? Is he being deeply clever while he yammers through me now? Because he's yammering through me objecting. He's using a derogatory and demeaning...
Like, he's crying to the moderators. And the moderator is trying to say, I'm going to address it. And he won't stop talking so that the moderator can address it.
And now he's rumpusing the hell out of me. Oh, I'm just on mute in the server. So they've just muted me in the server. So this is what we get. Witsit's going to get to use some derogatory, demeaning voice. And when he does so and I object, that's the end of what I've got to say. I get muted in the server.
Okay, Oakley, I was trying to moderate and keep everything cool.
This started out as a reversal of the burden of proof. I pointed out that the stars do not obey geometry, which is not a positive claim. Now,
I'm like, I forgot when this all ends. Like, it's escalating.
if you want to prove that they do obey geometry, that's on you. That's a positive claim. So prove it.
I didn't claim that. So you guys are getting desperate. Like, okay, so I didn't claim that. You're going to censor me again, for sure. I did not claim they do or do not obey geometry. I made that very clear probably 20 times. I said that in order to make the claim that they do or do not,
Neil's back. Neil's back. And Neil just in the side chat here, he says they don't obey our geometry. That is an admission that flat Earth is wrong. That's crazy. I love it. They're just insane. But I hope Neil gets in here. Let's go, Neil. I'm rooting for you.
To know the distance, which we specifically don't know.
No, you said
that's the argument.
Hold on, John. John, just let Brian. Hold on.
That's the
Brian, go ahead.
right there, bro. Like,
Let's let Brian.
I really don't get it.
You obviously don't know arguing for
Can we let Brian?
Find it for you.
Can we let Brian?
Witsit, you said that if we could incrementally move
I want Neil.
a measuring device and the top of something not change in angle, then the same thing could happen with the stars if they're very far away. Show me that happening, what you just said, in a terrestrial fashion. Because you'd have to show and prove that in the first place to even make the postulation you're making. What we do know is that they don't do that.
Brian asked him to do something and then doesn't stop talking.
So you'd have to show the very thing that you're claiming to be a likely possibility, because that's all you've got to go on. So if you can't show that, and I know you can't, then you don't have an argument.
Okay, that's incorrect. I made a very simple statement of fact, which is that our instruments that we measure angles with have a certain level of sensitivity. And if the change in angle falls below that level of sensitivity, we would not be able to measure the change. That's a fact. That's a fact.
Which instrument has that?
All instruments in the world have a sensitivity.
Below a certain level of, you say, won't be able to measure the angle. We can always measure the angle as long as we can see the object.
Really? Can you measure 0.000001 arc second? Can you send me that device, please?
Can you see the object?
A billionaire.
Arbitrary.
No, you can't. That's below. I think that even Hubble, I think it's 0.0005 is the.
Yeah, I mean,
that's.
Hubble. Who knows about Hubble?
Change with your eyes.
I'm just going over the claimed angular sensitivity at maximum that we currently profess to have. So no, to answer your question, yeah, there's a limit, right? But that you can name with a decimal point means that by virtue of you asking, there is a quantitative change by the virtue of the fact that you're even asking. If there's a number difference, then it's changed. If you're saying, well, that number difference is so small that we couldn't detect it, you're like, yeah, but it's still a change in angle, regardless of how small. Or you saying, well, but because our sensitivity is not high enough, we can't detect it. What, with the stars? No, there is no detectable change ever at any altitude. This is the point that, for some reason, we're going around it. I don't know why you've got a...
Yeah, well,
go on, Brian.
And still no actual measurements of this.
Please, let me know. I made the initial claim.
I'll be quick, John. The problem is when terrestrial objects appear to change in their apparent angular height, it's due to perspective, which is to do with the eyes, the human eyes. Not the lens, not anything else, it's perspective.
Perspective has to do with human eyes only. Apparently, cameras and telescopes and measurement devices don't have this applied to them at all, even though they do see the same types of things as we do. Ridiculous there, Brian's logic. Good job being incredibly dumb and wrong.
When the stars don't do that, it means they're not obeying perspective, which means they're not obeying human eyes, which means they're not terrestrial, as we understand. It's that simple. Why are we arguing about this point?
I agree with that. This seems like you guys should have never argued with my point.
Here we go. Now he agrees. When he gets proven wrong, he agrees.
I said the same thing the whole
time. Come on, Neil.
You're saying we're telling you
May I please,
Neil, we don't need the color commentary. Go ahead.
Yes, we do.
By the way, go ahead, Chief Shot.
Well, I would like to get in. I made the initial claim and everybody's went to tell me I was wrong, right? Why don't we just apply these geometric principles? We're talking about a triangle.
Yes.
Let's get the height of the star at 12 degrees above level. Why don't we do that if we can know the height of the star? And it does obey geometry.
Yes, do it.
Well, the problem is you can't do triangles in geometry.
and then they don't let Austin. I want to hear Austin fail to answer. Not, I don't know, Jeremy. Jeremy is going to present a failure here.
You're dealing with apparent positions, and when you look at a star, I mean, I would make it a firm claim that that's not the actual position of the star.
Yeah. The light has a slightly curved path, and we can deal with that because we know the effects of the air. So we can deal with it. Yep, it's not its absolute position. And they're like, well, we don't know its absolute position, therefore we can ignore it all. Nope, we can deal with it. It's called controlling for confounding variables.
Doesn't mean you can't deal with them with triangles. It just means that one of the sides of the triangle isn't calculable. So John's example is to say that if you've got a star and it's at 45 degrees, and you go, okay, fine, well, let's work out its height then. Yeah? Because we can work out the distance using celestial navigation. So why don't we just use trig and calculate for the height?
Yeah.
So you do the maths and you get the height.
Yeah.
And you go, oh, let's just double check it. 3 hours later. And what do you know, it's no longer at 45 degrees, now it's at 20 degrees. Has it got the same height? Oh, no, now it calculates to have a completely different height, doesn't it? What about when it's at 1 degree above the horizon? Is it about to smash into the ground? What about when it touches the horizon? Is the star touching the ground? Of course it isn't.
Yeah.
We're dealing with perspective. Where the star is representative of where it's above on the ground.
No, this is, what he just described is perspective. This is an application of perspective, right? And he just agreed that this does not work. This geometry does not work for flat Earth. But rather than saying, therefore flat Earth is falsified, he's saying, well, we're going to require special plead about flat Earth and say, for some unknown reason, geometry just stopped working. Why did it stop working? Because it has to for flat Earth. Special pleading.
Time progresses and the star recedes towards the horizon. It's getting further and further away from your position. It's moving over a ground position that's further away. But that appears to you like it's receding towards the horizon. That's very much a function of perspective. Now, while that's very useful for us to map a always parallel to the ground position with its GP, so we can find our position, knowing where stars are above at given times. Very, very useful. But it means we cannot get the height.
Yeah, but perspective doesn't cause things to be out of geometric position. Like if you're in the
Hold on,
middle
John.
of
Everybody.
Hold on. Try again, Jeremy.
like if you're in the middle, like say you're standing in the middle of a railroad track, right? And you have a gun. Perspective's causing the railroad tracks to meet, but if you try to shoot at the rails, you're going to hit them because they're geometrically there. Like you can do geometry and stuff with that. Like the stars, the stars are not getting the actual position of them. The rail's not there. It's in some other position.
You don't want. That's not what you're after. Thank you, Neil.
Not obeying geometry.
Yeah.
Not obeying geometry. I agree.
Thank you, Jeremy. No, geometry is a fluid mechanism. We have Euclidean, non-Euclidean, variable changes. We have hyperbolic geometry. We have literally things that change from parabolic to hyperbolic to ecliptic to elliptical. So like you can do
all these things. You just shotgunning different geometries. What is all of this stuff applicable to, Austin?
Tons of things with geometry. I don't dispute that we don't know what the stars are, that we don't know how vision works when it comes to the stars. I don't dispute that it's baffling. I wasn't trying to fight with you guys. Maybe I shouldn't have brought my point up while you were all heated talking to a glober. That wasn't my intention. I was simply stating, I think that you should maybe reconsider so definitively proclaiming the stars defy geometry, because maybe you mean Euclidean geometry. Okay, so like we don't know. We don't know what they do.
Demonstrate any other geometry in the real world. Yeah, demonstrate any other geometry in the real world.
Okay, no problem.
Exactly.
So when we have
there is only geometry. There is no non-Euclidean geometry or any of these other ones. These are mathematical. They have no relevance and relationship to our terrestrial world. There is only there's no Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry doesn't exist. There was only geometry and non-geometry. That's it.
But no, but in Euclidean geometry, parallel lines don't converge. But when we see things, they do.
But that's perspective.
That is perspective. Excellent. In reality, which is what we're talking about, train tracks don't actually touch. But due to perspective, the angular distance between them shrinks as they are farther away. That's simply an application of perspective. And he's about to claim that this Euclidean geometry relationship is non-Euclidean.
Okay, but perspective still is described with geometry, right?
Sure, but
we're dealing with the measurement. But when we're dealing with an angular measurement, we're dealing with a perspective measurement most of the time. Maybe not all the time, but most of the time. If we're dealing with a distance between 2 points or a height above sea level or above something, that's a perspective measurement. But geometry itself is based around shapes. All of geometry must adhere to the number 9, which means every internal angle must add up and sum to 9. If it doesn't do that, it's not geometry. So this claim of non-Euclidean geometry, that's a load of nonsense because...
I don't understand. I listened to this earlier. What is all of this number 9 stuff? Why does it have to work out to 9? I mean, Brian's logic is so incredibly stupid. And like, he's probably the dumbest person on this panel. Right? And I'm going to listen again.
If we're dealing with a distance between 2 points or a height above sea level or above something, that's a perspective measurement. But geometry itself is based around shapes. All of geometry must adhere to the number 9, which means every internal angle must add up and sum to 9. If it doesn't do that, it's not geometry. So this claim of non-Euclidean geometry, that's a load of nonsense because and when they say spherical geometry, that's just geometry. There's no such thing as spherical geometry. It's just geometry because the sphere is a geometric shape. Non-Euclidean geometry is a made-up thing that has no relevance in reality. And any other claim geometry that doesn't adhere to 9 and does not have a relevance to our reality is not geometry. It's mathematics. But it's
a triangle has to sum up to 9. What the hell? Does any of this? I have no clue what the hell he's talking about. Of course, then he goes on to deny that spherical geometry exists. It does. Right. Oh, I have no damn clue.
Dude, geometry is mathematics. Okay, so geometry period is it's measurements of shapes.
Those other geometries can only be described as mathematics. They can't be described as geometry. That's the point. Geometry is mathematics, but those other ones can't be described as geometry.
Can you guys let Witsit get a sentence out? Maybe you don't realize you're doing it, right? But there's 3-4 of you, and every time Witsit tries to get a word out, you guys clip him.
Well, olive branch to you here, Brian. Okay, I understand what you're saying. That in the real tangible world, this non-Euclidean geometry does not apply. And when it comes to actually measuring things or applying geometry to our physical measurements in the real world, Euclidean geometry is kind of like saying apparent horizon, because that's all there actually is tangibly. I agree. But I don't extend that understanding to how we see things. I think that we specifically see the world different than it is based on certain circumstances, okay? I think crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays arcing over your head show that. I think many things show that. I think even just the fact that we have, parallel railroad tracks converging show that, because just saying it's perspective, that's my point, is that perspective changes it from our understanding of Euclidean geometry, okay? We don't have to open this up right now, but I was only making the point that, like, well, let's just be a little bit more tactical because we may eventually find out that we can understand how we see things a bit better, and maybe there is some type of geometry.
Fallacy.
Well, I don't need to tell you that it's already been done with highly precise robotics.
Something else that does not obey geometry. Why does introducing something else that does not obey geometry, such as perspective, why is that relevant to the statement that the stars do not obey geometry? Why would you introduce something else that does not obey geometry as a specific example to review my position?
Well,
sorry, Jeremy, I don't know if you guys know, but while John's talking, you guys just keep clipping him. Try that again.
So John, refracted curvature, has a whole bunch of noise in the background. He can't even participate in this conversation in a place where he doesn't have background noise constantly going.
I'm next.
Try that again, John.
Right. Why would you introduce something else that does not obey geometry?
Sorry, we missed the beginning again because Jeremy, at the start of your sentence, clipped you. Just try that one more time.
Introducing something else that does not obey geometry, such as perspective, still does not address the point that I made that this is not obeying our understanding of geometry.
He's got a crying baby in the background. Maybe Oakley's over at his house slapping babies around.
We heard this. Perspective does. I thought he was done, Oakley. Took a long pause. My bad.
He had one more word. The word was the conclusion, Jeremy, which is it's non sequitur. He just didn't get it. Even on his third attempt, he didn't get to say it.
He paused for 5 seconds.
Yeah,
he didn't pause at all.
Witsit.
Yeah, he did.
Ask Witsit a question.
Why do you lie so much?
Hold on, man. Hold on, Brian. Hold on. He said, can I address the thing that he said? Or no, am I never going to get a chance to do that?
Clown show.
He said perspective doesn't adhere to geometry. He said perspective doesn't follow geometry. It does. I just went over that with you, Oakley. When you're on the railroad tracks and you're shooting at the rail, they're geometrically there.
What?
And they converge.
Yeah, they converge. It doesn't.
That's a defiance. To say that they converge, Jeremy. That's a defiance of a geometric principle. The parallel lines. It's my bad. Did I pause? Did I take a breath? No, I did not.
That was your own panel.
Yes.
I don't care who it is. I just want to get to the end of the sodding sentence. No. Principles that don't.
It's your own panel. His own panel won't shut up. That's the problem. Like, Oakley won't go anywhere without his panel in tow, right? He's got to have his entourage to back him. But when he gets talking, his whole panel, they want to be there so that they can participate. That's why they're in the panel. But Oakley won't let them participate because Oakley's got to be the star of Oakley's show. Nobody else is allowed to talk.
Geometry. Parallel lines converging.
Yeah, but okay, I understand that parallel lines don't converge. But however, when we look at the parallel lines that do appear to be converging, they're actually there. That's their actual position.
Yeah, you're confusing.
Knock things down.
Yeah, you're confusing physicality with geometry. Because it's physically there doesn't mean that it obeys the geometric principles of all parallel lines will never converge.
What?
But you're saying, but when I look at the railway, it converges in the distance. Yeah, it's not obeying a geometric principle, then, is it?
Yes.
That's the point.
Oh my gosh,
that Witsit was making.
Oakley is correct.
Yes.
They don't touch, right? And the convergence is asymptotic, and they don't get that, right? There is always a separation between them. They don't actually converge, and the convergence is based on Euclidean geometry. Right, when you measure the distance, you could take a triangle and you can get the angular distance apart of those tracks. It completely matches Euclidean geometry. It's so crazy.
Yes, I'm still making the point. The point being that that's completely non sequitur because we're discussing how the stars don't obey geometric principles, and Witsit's very combative about that. Now he's taken it to something else that doesn't obey geometric principles, rather than just conceding that the stars don't obey them. He's continually appealed to the future that we may find different, or that we haven't got strong enough tools to show that difference that could be there. That's all we've got so far. Non-stop red herrings. Now, it's never going to get conceded by Witsit, because, I do agree with you, but we just haven't got strong enough instruments to show that there could be a difference in the future with the non-stop string of fallacies that he's used.
Oh, my God.
Then he's gone to perspective. Well, I think now John is saying, why have you had to take it?
Addressing me, and this is what happens. They both address me forever. And then I go to talk, I can't. And then they respond to the next person talking about me the whole time. I'm just going to sit here and
He's right.
About me. Jesus, bro. I'm trying to be good faith.
Austin's right in this one, right? They're dogpiling on him. And now I was hoping for Neil, but then he got muted. You can see he's got a little mute thing next to him. Oakley muted him.
For once, you've now all changed the definition of geometry because you're God and we must obey you. So since the only real geometry is Euclidean, now you won the argument. Well, what we know is that perspective is different. How do we try to describe perspective? With angles. That invokes geometry, but they don't obey Euclidean geometry. So what do? We make some new magical version of geometry and we just call it perspective. Well, that's stupid. You're still using geometry. You're making angle measurements. You're therefore measuring shapes of some sort. It's actually optical visual space. That's a fact. So what we see.
All right. I want to back it up here a little bit because they had a picture of me and the $10,000 challenge right there. But for some reason he wrote pound, which is a different unit. Again, flat earthers don't understand units. The $10,000 challenge explosion destroys globe. I don't know why he has a picture of Starship there and then like some angles of it. I don't know. Maybe that's a video. I certainly didn't watch it. This whole conversation is them arguing about why they can't do celestial navigation, why they can't do my challenge.
What we see is non-Euclidean geometry. If we're going to measure angles, we're using geometry. Therefore, if we are going to look at how we see the world and measure it with angles, we are using geometry. It doesn't adhere to Euclidean geometry, so I agree. It's different, which means we see the world differently than we tangibly, physically measure it. That is the point. Yep. Changing the definition and saying I'm wrong and I need to concede is so sleight of hand and bad faith, it's weird. Okay? So, like, we can agree that in your definition of geometry,
when you jumped into the argument was against kind of the argumentation that Jeremy was putting out. Is that no, it doesn't relate in that way. Your interruption was a complete red herring, and all of this is for no reason.
Dude, he said that way after I jumped in. What are you
Okay, well, I'll conclude anyway. So the principle isn't using like standard trig or any of the Earth-based navigational methods that we would use if we had known heights of.
It's not Earth-based. It's just geometry-based.
Things like lighthouses, because you can still navigate using those, but you use those in a terrestrial manner as opposed to a celestial manner. The process for using it and measuring it is celestial navigation, often confused with just straight up trig, and it isn't. So when people ask us to give us the height of a star, when we're not even claiming that there should be one, and they, the ballers, do claim that there is a height, that is then immediately violated when they try to infer centre of sphere measurements off a flat plane, because then they've got infinite distances to their stars in a heliocentric model. Now for us...
Not infinite. Definite non-infinite, but very, very far. Call it infinite if you want. It doesn't change the geometry that happens. If it's sufficiently far away, then the angles that you'll measure in a change of position are significantly less than either matters or than your instrument could even measure.
It's irrelevant. We don't need the height. The process doesn't call for it, doesn't require it, and the very basis of...
Oh, but it does. It does for flat Earth. You have to know the height.
The method, that's celestial navigation, works on the understanding that there's no elevation changes to deal with. Why? Because it doesn't matter if you're on the ground, on Everest, or at 50,000 feet in the air, the angle's always the same to the star. That's it.
So you see, we agree. And this, real fast, a cherry on top is that the globe actually assumes that we do see in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, and we do. But watch what he does.
Wave dismisses the fact that perspective is different and then draws infinitely extended lines to infinitely far away stars, and then they just map out a made-up globe based on how we see. And they claim that actually the Earth is curving, and you need spherical trig and geometry there, and that we see in perfectly infinite long straight lines.
Yep.
Okay, so like...
And it all works when you do that, and we don't sit around arguing about it because we can just do celestial navigation, and when 10 different people use 10 different celestial navigation methods, all 10 of us get the same answer. It's amazing.
Both our arguments work together. They both refute the globe.
Hold on a second.
No, you'd have to do celestial navigation successfully using flat Earth to refute the globe. This whole argument has been you two pissing about whose idea of not functioning is more of is a better excuse than the others.
Quite true. Hold on. No. Hold on, Brian. Just let me make a small correction. You're under the apprehension that they make these measurements for the globe, but they don't. All of the measurements start off on the equatorial plane.
No, they don't. They do not start off on the equatorial plane. The equatorial plane, the plane that bisects the Earth through the equator? No.
The first step of any of this description for a globe ever is going to start with the angle measurements off a flat Earth to describe with respect to the equatorial plane.
No.
That's called the celestial sphere.
Not at all.
Now, the celestial sphere is just a North Pole central.
You can't have a celestial sphere on flat Earth because half of it would be under the flat Earth. Yet we can see that portion of the sky, so it can't be flat because half of it is not missing.
Map of the stars over a flat plane. Well, with all of those angles to all of those stars, you can start plotting them out and deriving various values, one of which can be your radial value. You can plot that by taking the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. So,
minimum elevation angle to Polaris. What is the minimum elevation angle to Polaris in Sydney? It doesn't work.
it's inferred on their latitude grid to reach 0, that's what they call the equator. So it's not exactly a back engineering, it's a prerequisite requirement that their edge of a sphere value, where Polaris starts to disappear, must match up with the minimum flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris, because that's how it's actually used. So for every single claim to be sphere-proof ever, their starting point, the genesis of that claim for a globe, is with the equatorial plane and the celestial sphere over it. That's why when back engineering tangent point horizons are at your feet out to a GP in space, at some stage they have to transpose down that angle they couldn't acquire from the surface because it's curved into the middle of the globe, effectively making the globe nothing more than a glorified protractor sat on the top of a flat plane with the dome of the heavens wrapped around that. So the equatorial plane is your flat Earth map. That's what it is. That's where their globe comes from. So to infer that that's wrong would be to say that every single globe measurement, claim, and inference of orbit that comes thereafter is also wrong, because that's where they came from. The world's been measured flat and turned spherical from angle measurements to stars. That's why I'm giving you such a hard time over this, if I'm honest, Witsit. I want you to understand it implicitly, because it's important. It's the genesis of the globe measurements. They don't come from anything spherical. They come from a flat plane. It's called the equatorial plane. And without it, you don't have a globe.
So we completely agree on all that. Yeah, let me say one thing. We completely agree on all that. And then the difference here is what you guys are calling celestial geometry, I think someone said, right? I'm just calling non-Euclidean. Okay? But we agree on the whole thing. They went out on a flat Earth.
It's not an opinion. Geometry isn't your opinion. You don't get to declare an opinion about geometry. It either is or is not Euclidean.
Like they always do. And then they made flat Earth measurements, and then they made up assumptions about how we see stuff in the sky, how far away they can pretend they are, and they started making the then they run around.
No, they didn't. They didn't. They just measured the angles and got the positional data. So the positional data, which is what goes into the, what's it called, the ephemeris? Is that the original one? Adam would know better. I'll probably pipe up.
The original one?
Yeah.
Right, so you've got all of the...
Okay. Oh, they got a picture of me again.
Tracked data of where these stars are above at what time. So tonight, go outside, look directly above your head, and pretend there's a star at your zenith. Well, you are at that star's GP at that time. So if you write down, right, it's now 8:34 p.m., and X star, whatever it is, sigma 2574, is at my zenith. And you can note that that is its position. And you can track that indefinitely. Where's it above in 20 minutes? Where's it above in an hour? Where's it above in 4 hours? And you can write it all down in a nice big book. That's where it all starts. That's where the globe begins. Writing down
I agree.
relationships of stars over a flat Earth. That's
okay. So all of that is incorrect, right? So nobody went to a particular position. Let me get back to this one here. He just claimed that like somebody went to a particular position and measured that a star was at their zenith. He says zenith, right? Nobody went there and it's like, oh, yep, it's straight up. I'm at this location, and straight up is Sirius. Nobody did that. That's not how they did it. They used the measurements, and they used the globe and the radius of the globe and to determine where a star was at a particular time. Using the globe. So the nautical almanac, the ephemeris in the nautical almanac, is derived. All those numbers, right? Those are derived by using the globe. So he's completely wrong on that. But all right, let me do this here. And so he went into he declared, over and over and over that the geometry for flat Earth doesn't work as their geometry doesn't work, right? Obviously. So here's flat. Obviously, there's the globe, and he mentioned at when you get to the equator, you can't see Polaris; it's right on the horizon. So here is Polaris, right off the edge, and when you are at the equator and just a little bit south of the equator, this line also goes to Polaris, but of course Polaris is so far away that these two lines appear parallel. They're so parallel that it's the necessary precision to measure how much they diverge from parallel would be quite difficult to measure. And this geometry works perfectly. There's nothing wrong with this geometry. Both of them, those lines to Polaris work well. But now on flat Earth here, this is right. This explains how you can have a 0 degree angle to Polaris, right? This is tangent here, and you've got theta equals 0. And here we've got theta equals 90, right? Or 89.5 at the North Pole. So, but here's flat Earth. And so at what geometry, because he's declared, even though he spent the whole stream here talking how these angles don't match reality, now at the end he gets to declaring that somehow it does match reality, that they used actual geometry and measurements to get the angle to Polaris. So at what position on flat Earth, applying geometry on what position does Polaris, the angle to Polaris, equal 0? The answer is never. There is no answer to how this angle here, theta, could be 0. And even worse, it never could be negative. So the geometry, he was just claiming that this geometry works, but it does not actually work. And that's going to wrap up the coverage of this. The Witsit leaves like after this. He may talk 1 or 2 more times, but he's done. My notes say at 158. At 158, there's no more talking by Witsit, and we're at 157.07. So there's nothing left of Witsit. They start talking with SE Montreal, and it gets just dumb of them patting themselves on the back about how wrong they are. So I'll read super chats. I'll explain something to Larry Scott about what Lisa did and the NAS and the drive space, and then I will play if you really want the torture, I will play that song. I'll play one song for you. It's me singing. And I don't know, get your super chats ready to have me stop playing it, I guess. Or just in the comments, please don't play it is going to be what you want to type. You might pre-type that, put it into your copy buffer so you can paste it in. I am in no way kidding about that. We've got here, let me scroll up here. Josh Garver says, my favorite band is the Melvins. Oh, I already read this, but I'll read it again. But if you like industrial metal, one of my really good friends is a vocalist you would know. And I don't know who that is. It sounds like a riddle. Help me out, Josh. I don't know what you're talking about. How I would know him. How would I know one of my really good friends is a vocalist you would know? Okay. Now that is just really curious now. Okay. CV McCullers says he is using Brian Cox's image for clout. Cox would destroy him. Particle physics is the reality of our existence. Even Monty Python got it wrong. Josh stayed for the song. All right. Josh Garver says, wow, spherical geometry is high school level. It is briefly covered in high school. My sister, when she was going back to college, had to take like a remedial math class to review, because it had been years since she'd been in school, and one of the sections was spherical geometry, and I helped her on that particular section. She has since graduated, has a bachelor's now, and I think she has 2. Larry Scott says, terrestrial, my instrument standard deviation is 0.4 arc seconds, standard deviation error of 0.1 arc seconds minus 0.08 arc seconds, achieved by procedure. 2, sigma confidence, 0.19 arc seconds. Astronomic, 1 to 2 seconds is good shooting. And yep, so you using a theodolite for flat Earth, you could measure the probably the angular elevation change necessary for a star at the problem is a theodolite in an airplane is going to have a hard time, but at an airplane elevation versus a ground elevation. Would it be enough top of Everest? Bring a theodolite up to the top of Everest. X Penguin 95 says my new boy band, Oakley and the Argonauts. That's great. Steve Ravel says afternoon tune, just tuned in, and what a mighty cluster fudge. Good luck trying to make sense of it all. And Witsit is still complaining, I see. Yep, as is Oakley. Both of them are playing the victim. They're good at it. PhD Tony says on a flat Earth there is no equatorial plane. Absolutely. It would have to be an equatorial cylinder. I don't know. My suspicion is that he is saying that the entire plane of the Earth is the equatorial plane, which makes no sense. There isn't, even on flat Earth, there is an equator. It's a circle. So it would have to be a cylinder, as he mentioned. I mean, you could make it a sphere or a cone, conic section. I don't know. Eclipse Chris says, careful tune. Oakley might want that ball in mouth. Dave Kircher says, for what it's worth, what you've played of your band so far is amazing. I've not played it. I only, to my knowledge, other than Craig, I sent Craig a few of my songs. He said they're terrible. I shared a Dropbox link last night to a few people. So I don't know. Eclipse Chris says Oakley's fear is sphere itself. All right. Are you ready? This is my band, Consistently Poor, playing a song called Baloney with me singing. It is one of our death metal songs. We have a lot of different versions of music. So how could there, all right, Emerson Biggins says, how could there be an equator on an infinite plane? The equator is the on flat Earth is the circle around which the sun moves on the equinoxes, right? It's halfway between the two tropics in latitude. How does it make sense on flat Earth? It's kind of arbitrary on flat Earth. Of course, none of the angles work. So, all right. What do you play or only sing? In the band, I play drums and guitar and bass guitar. In this song, I don't remember what I was singing. You're gonna hate it. Oh, by the way, if you're listening on earbuds and you're only hearing it in one ear, that's correct. There you go. What's with the high noise floor? So let me tell you how that was recorded. Not bad, you lie. That was it. So that was recorded on a boombox with a regular tape. The microphone was a set of stereo headphones, the cheap stereo headphones hanging from the ceiling. We also had other microphones that were connected through simple 1/8-inch splitters. There you go. That's not even music. Yep. Don't quit your day job. Yep. Spotify link. It's not on Spotify. What the hell was that? I'm sorry, Mike, but that was terrible. Yep, it was terrible. If you put that on a loop, demons will appear in the corners of your room. That was the song's so short that it was three times looped on the album. Needs more upright bass. It's Josh Garber. I told you. We are not serious. It is not a serious band. Emerson Biggin says, I'm relieved to find out that you are not great at everything. PhD Tony says, I would comment, but I'm on hold with the International Criminal Court Crimes Against Humanity Division. There it is. There is, did you get run over by a lawnmower? So, okay. I could play. All right. So I have songs 4 through 14 of a 14 track album. I don't know why I don't have songs 1 through 3. I think I do have the CD somewhere. I don't know where. So I could get songs 1 through 3. Present 99 for 10 euros says that really was you. Well, you had to start someplace, but it was really needed to start on Pluto. I mean, it isn't even a planet anymore. At the time, it was a planet. But yeah, that was me singing. It really was. It was bologna, spumoni, cottage cheese, something Bushkowski, he quit. Bushkowski was a guy I used to work with, and he quit. So, all right. Do you want one more? This one is called Achieving Total Consciousness, if you want it. I need some yeses. Shit. Oh my gosh. Yes, please. Okay. I don't know if there's even lyrics on this, but okay. I'll tell you the names of the songs include Clown Rising, The Comfy Cat, Funny Little Thing, Near to Dark, Violin and Mouth Harp, How I Feel, Achieving Total Consciousness, and Cold Dark Blackness. But this one is song. Yes, we used headphones as mics. The drums, that everything was built. It wasn't, there was no actual manufactured things. Like the drumsticks were cut off and rounded over the ends, like handles from like a broom. The guitar, the drum pedal was a hockey puck with a part of a golf club stuck into it. There was a chain around the golf club to a wooden pedal on the floor. So when there's a lot of drum, you can hear a little squeaking when the two bass drum pedals are going. But anyway, at the end of the golf club stick is a tennis ball with a bolt through it to hold it into the stick. So, all right. Okay, here you go. Bass guitar.
misguided actions of my past. I'll be regretting mangled actions of the future.
I don't remember. I didn't know it was me singing. It was. Mangled actions of the future are the last lines. All right. I will save the rest for a different time. Save you. That was played forward. I'm sorry. That was really, really terrible. You asked for it. You cannot blame me. All exorcisms are at your own expense. Eclipse Chris said just woke up. You can start over again. You'll just have to review it. And Albino Bad Guy says I don't ever seen you blush before. It's so bad. See, I told you it's bad, and you're like, oh no. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Yep. All right. Well, people, if you stuck around, oh my gosh, there's 534 of you that put up with that. Thank you for putting up with that. That was bad. All right. I'm gonna do what I should always do is make sure I get the outro properly cached in memory. Outro. Is that it? The rap battle. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, well, hopefully it works. Who done it says things can be so bad that they loop around to being good again. Source the Maryland flag. So I think that, see, this is it's the Star Wars holiday special effect. You're like, oh yeah, there's a movie that gets bad and then it's enjoyable, but then it gets bad again. That's where our stuff is. So there it is. People, thank you very much. I think Thursday I will be doing a live stream on the Jaren and Zetetic Warrior thing. Uncertain so far. A week from today, I will be debating draft physics. He is not a flat earther. He just gets everything wrong about physics. Simon Dan covered him briefly. Eclipse Chris says, feeling a bit depressed. That music cheered me up. No, it didn't. Don't need to lie. Anyway, people, thank you very much. We will. Oh, yeah. And McFlatty might be debating Craig tomorrow. Don't watch that. It's embarrassing for McFlatty. Anyway, thanks, everybody. We'll see you later. Here we go.
MC2, drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this.
Let's do this. Yo, it's MC2, the Debunking Tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC2, the one to soon cartoons. On the real say, send it first to their views. Your theories are like old brews, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC2, the buffoon with silver spoon. I have some pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the rude. When it comes to debunking, I'm the rude.
In the rizzle dizzle. But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I got the upper hand in word and deed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.